Okay, good morning, everyone. All right, in chambers, we went over a number of objections, and I made some rulings. So let's start with the defendant's objections to some of the exhibits that the state wanted to put in. Mr. Ng, did you want to address that?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Gray and I had a chance to go over almost 400 exhibits over the weekend, and we raised objections to several of them for the court's review. I understand the court is making a ruling that some of the exhibits are admissible and some may not be, but we did make an objection to exhibits 3 and 4, 239, 240, 241, which are spark of life exhibits. We object to A, the spark of life testimony. We understand the case law, but we respectfully disagree with the Supreme Court's case law on that. Already only one photograph is necessary, and that's why we object to those. We also objected to...
Okay, let me put on the record what my ruling was on that. The state wanted to put in 5 spark of life photographs. Minnesota law, of course, allows for that. I decided that the state could put in 3 of them, not the 5.
We also made several objections, Your Honor, to the autopsy photographs and photographs of Mr. Wright's body at the scene. Those would be 41, 113, 120, 125, 175. It's our view that the photographs of a naked body of Mr. Wright were unnecessary to prove that he was shot by a pistol. In particular, some of the photographs with his eyes open are prejudicial and not terribly probative of the issue, which was his cause of death, which we're not disputing that it was caused by a gunshot wound. And we therefore objected to those exhibits.
Would the state like to put its position on the record?
Thank you, Your Honor. We understood the objections to be about certain photographs with the eyes being open. That is a condition of a dead body on occasion. The autopsy, of course, is very relevant to the issues in the case and all of the injuries, and it is simply a photograph of the accurate condition of the body at the time and necessary for the medical examiner's testimony about the cause of death. We therefore believe that the photographs are relevant and necessary, and we opposed on that basis.
All right, I overruled the defense objections to the autopsy photographs. It's necessary for purposes of describing the injuries. Mr. Ng?
We had another issue that I'd like to put on the record, Your Honor. The passenger of Mr. Wright will be testifying today, and the defense seeks to admit exhibit labeled 1004, which is a packet of Xanax tablets. And the purpose of our admissibility, or the reason for the admissibility of the evidence, is that what happened here is that during the stop, Mr. Wright handed a package of Xanax tablets to his passenger and told her to hide the tablets. She then hid the tablets in her perineum. She was taken to the hospital, and at the hospital, a detective from Brooklyn Center was made to sit with her, which is customary, and during her conversation with the passenger, she told the detective, Mona Pearson, that Mr. Wright had given her the pills and that she hid the pills. We believe this evidence is relevant to show Mr. Wright's consciousness. I mean, is that term we're banding about in the case, that he was about to flee, that he knew he had an arrest warrant, didn't want the pills to be found on him because once he was in the jail, they would be discovered. We believe this is probative evidence, and it is consistent with our cross-examination of the passenger. We also believe that her statements, the passenger statements, are against her own keen interest because these are Xanax tablets that are not prescribed to anybody, and she should not have had. and therefore when she confessed to Mona Pearson, she was confessing against her own interests. So for all those reasons, we sought to introduce the evidence of this green photograph and also to cross-examine the passenger for it.
Would the state like to be heard on its position?
I do, Your Honor. Thank you. It's our position, well, first of all, that the exhibit marked 1004, if the court wants to receive that in the court file only to preserve for the record, should it become an issue on appeal, it should not be filed as a public document because it is not an exhibit in the trial. It's just for the appellate record. Secondly, Your Honor, the issue in this case, as you know, concerns the state of mind of Officer Potter when these acts were committed. This court has already ruled that evidence of drugs that were not known to Officer Potter is not admissible or relevant and certainly prejudicial. And that's exactly what this photograph and this line of inquiry is intended to do, is backdoor that through, to impugn Mr. Wright based on this sort of backdoor approach, and that's why it's being brought out now as well, I believe. So we asked the court to follow its previous ruling and its order of October 27, that this evidence is not relevant and is highly prejudicial and likely to mislead and confuse the jury. It simply has no relevance to Ms. Potter's actions. Any claim that it has some relevance to Mr. Wright's actions is technically, I think, irrelevant. His actions are caught on camera, and Officer Potter will presumably testify about why she did what she did, but certainly there's evidence of what happened, and so it's irrelevant for that issue, for that reason as well. So we understand the court is, well, I guess I'll just say we, on those bases, objected to it.
Okay. Yes, I rule that that would not be admitted as evidence. We'll make it a court exhibit should the case be appealed. I previously ruled that any type of evidence with respect to bad behavior on the part of Mr. Wright would not be admissible unless Officer Potter was aware of it at the time of the incident. The key issue in this case was Ms. Potter's state of mind when this happened, and that the Xanax has nothing to do with that issue and would only serve to mislead or confuse the jury. Okay, were there others?
No, Your Honor, but to preserve the record, we will offer as a court exhibit 1004, and we also offer from yesterday court exhibit 1005, which is a photograph of Daunte Wright pointing a gun into a mirror. The court has ruled that we can't admit those. How would the court prefer that we file these? Would you prefer we file these under seal or provide them to you?
We'll make them a court exhibit, and you can provide them to Mr. Kramer.
Thank you.
Okay, were there other ones, Mr. Ng?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor,
Yes.
if I may briefly, with respect to the exhibit that has now been identified as Court Exhibit 1005, that was from our discussion, I believe, on Monday about an area of cross-examination that the defense wanted to go into, and the court had made a ruling at that time that that photograph would not be allowed. I can't remember if we made a record about this on Monday, but that's what the Court Exhibit 1005 is. And again, I would ask that that not be filed publicly, but made part of the court file for appellate review.
Right, we dealt with that yesterday, actually, but did not make a record of it. So that will not be admitted, but will be a court exhibit. Okay, anything further from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, is there anything from the state?
Your Honor, we did also deal with objections to Exhibits 29, 30, and 31, defense objections, and we would, I guess just while we're making these records, we might as well that those are, well, 29 is a short video of the passenger, and the other 2 are photographs of her injuries. The defense did object to those, and the court overruled the objections.
Yes, I'm going to allow the video of the passenger and the video showing her injuries, or the photograph. Okay.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Yes.
With respect to our, the state's objections to our exhibits, we also have the right under the Sixth Amendment to present a defense. And I want to raise that as an issue for appeal if we go there.
Okay.
So we're being denied by the not being able to use these exhibits to present a defense under the Sixth Amendment to the United States Constitution. Thank you.
And, Your Honor, it's well-known case law that while they have a defendant has a Sixth Amendment right to defend himself, they have to do so within the rules of evidence that this court and courts adopt. So it's not a free-form right, but I understand the counsel's preserving that for the record. But that's the full story.
Okay. Is there anything further that we need to deal with before we get the jury in here?
Your Honor, we did raise 2 matters in chambers, and I would like to make a quick record of it if I could.
Sure.
So we had raised a concern that counsel might represent to the jury that if, that the state has to prove Ms. Potter did not, too many double negatives, that the state has to prove Ms. Potter knew she had a handgun in her hand. And if the state can prove that, she is not guilty. We think that's a misstatement of the law, and therefore saying that to the jury would be a misstatement of law to them, inconsistent with the court's own instructions. And we brought that up ahead of time because we didn't want to interrupt for the first time bringing it to the court for an objection. And our understanding of the court's position on this is that the defense can argue that as a theory, as a factual theory, but we will take issue and argue to the jury that that is an incorrect, if it's stated in those absolute terms, that we will dispute that with the jury and, of course, direct them to the court's instructions, which will be an accurate statement of the law. I don't know if you want me to move on to the next one or...
Okay. I had ruled that the defense is entitled to argue its theory of the case. And the state and the defense both have conflicting views of what their theories are, but I'm not going to constrain the defense from making their arguments. And they, in fact, do have an expert that's going to talk about slip and capture. So, and I've previously ruled that that expert testimony is admissible. Okay, anything further? All right. Yes?
We did talk about also the attempts by the defense to offer expert opinions, or what amounted to expert opinions, on the reasonable use of force through fact witnesses. Our understanding of the court's ruling is that the court will allow some inquiry about officers' opinions about whether their training would have allowed them to do what Ms. Potter did, I guess. So we're still we still take objection to that, Your Honor, as both unqualified and unnoticed expert opinion.
Okay, the officers that will be testifying can testify that they were trained on the use of tasers. They can talk about their training. They are officers and they know about that area, and so I'm not going to preclude them from making those statements when they testify. Okay. Anything further from the state?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything further from the defense? Okay. Is counsel ready for the jury?
Your Honor, we would request a short recess.
Oh, okay. How short a recess?
We just need to set up, Your Honor.
Okay. Why don't we take like 5 minutes? Would that be enough? Okay, we'll take 5. Mm-hmm.
Are you ready for the jury?
Yes, I'm ready for the jury. Good morning, members of the jury. Please be seated. All right. Jury members, you've been selected to serve as the jury in this case. Before continuing with the trial, an oath will be administered by my clerk. In recognition of the extremely important task that you will be undertaking, I'm going to ask that everyone in the courtroom stand up, with the exception of the court reporter. And if you will please stand up and raise your right hand.
Do you affirm that you will be attentive during this trial and follow the instructions of the judge so that you may reach a fair and just verdict, that you will not discuss this case with anyone until submitted to you for deliberation, and will keep your verdict secret until it is delivered to the court? If so, please say I do.
All right, you may be seated. Jury members, you have been selected to serve in this criminal case because the parties believe that you would be fair and impartial jurors to decide this case. It is important that you be able to hear and see everything that takes place during the trial. If you have difficulty hearing or understanding what a witness is saying, or if a witness or an attorney should block your view, please raise your hand immediately so that we can correct the problem. The state of Minnesota has charged this defendant with the crime of manslaughter in the first degree and manslaughter in the second degree. To these charges, Ms. Potter has entered a plea of not guilty. By her plea, the defendant denies the charges which have been made against her and places upon the state of Minnesota the burden of proving defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant is presumed innocent of the charges made. This presumption remains with the defendant unless and until the defendant has been proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. That the defendant has been brought before the court by the ordinary processes of the law and is on trial should not be considered by you as in any way suggesting guilt. The burden of proving guilt is on the state. The defendant does not have to prove her innocence. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is such proof as ordinarily prudent men and women would act upon in their most important affairs. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon reason and common sense. It does not mean a fanciful or capricious doubt, nor does it mean beyond all possibility of doubt. The trial in this case is about to begin. Here are some basic rules about your job as a juror. Your job will be to decide what the facts are in this case by considering the evidence. As judge, I will apply the rules of evidence and tell you what you can and cannot consider as evidence. Well, what is evidence? Evidence is what the witnesses say on the stand. This is called testimony. Evidence can be items like photographs and documents. These items are called exhibits. Evidence can be facts that the parties agree on. This agreement is called a stipulation. What is not evidence? The following is not evidence. Nothing the attorneys say during the trial, including opening statements and closing arguments, is evidence. However, listen to any statements the attorneys make. The statements are made to help you better understand the evidence. The attorney's questions are not evidence. The witness's answers are. Objections are not evidence. Attorneys may object if they think a question or answer is against the rules. I will sustain the objection if I think it is against the rules and you should ignore this question or answer. If I overrule the objection, the answer is evidence like the rest of the witness's testimony. You cannot consider anything you hear or learn about this case outside this courtroom. You must follow the instructions on what you can consider as evidence. You may take notes during the trial, but you do not have to take but you're not required to take notes. Don't let your note-taking distract you. The most important thing for you to do is to listen to the testimony as you hear it. The notes must stay in the courtroom during the trial. You should leave your pen and your notepads on your desks. They'll be there in the morning when you come back and after you come back from lunch. Use your notes as an aid to your memory and not as a substitute for it. Fit the notes in with your total recollection of the facts. A written note does not necessarily make a piece of evidence more important whether you or another juror wrote it down. If at some point in the trial you run out of paper or your pen is no longer working, please alert my staff and we'll take care of that. Wait until you've heard all of the evidence before you make up your mind. Your best guide is your own good judgment, experience, and common sense. You must decide which testimony to believe and how much weight to give it. In deciding this, you may consider the following. Will a witness gain or lose anything if the case is decided a certain way? What is the witness's relationship to the parties? How did a witness learn the facts? How did she or he know, remember, and tell the facts? What was his or her manner? What was his or her age or experience? Does the witness seem honest and sincere? Was the witness frank and direct? Is the testimony reasonable compared with other evidence? And are there any other factors that bear on believability and weight? You must decide the facts. You and only you can decide the facts. Do not take anything I say or do as a sign of what your verdict should be. Once the facts are decided, you must follow the law. You must follow the law even if you don't agree with it. Now, I want to give you a few instructions about your conduct as jurors. Do not let outsiders influence you. Do not discuss this case with other jury members during the trial. You will have plenty of time to do this at the end of the trial once you have heard all the evidence and I've excused you to the jury room with my instructions and the verdict forms. Do not talk to anyone involved in this case. This includes the defendant, the lawyers, and the witnesses. If anyone tries to discuss this case with you outside the courtroom, report this to me or one of my staff. When you go home during the trial, do not talk to your family, friends, or others about the case. You may tell them that you are a juror on a criminal case, and that is all that you should tell them. Do not report your experiences as a juror while the trial and deliberations are going on. Do not email, blog, tweet, text, or post anything to Twitter, Facebook, MySpace, LinkedIn, Google+, YouTube, or any other social networking sites about this trial. Do not visit any chat rooms where this case may be discussed. Do not read or listen to news reports in magazines or in newspapers or on the radio, television, podcast, or any other media about the case. Do not do your own investigation. Don't ask people about the case. Don't visit any of the locations mentioned in the trial. Do not research anything about the case, including the issues, evidence, parties, witnesses, location, or the law through any form of written, print, electronic, or internet media. Keep an open mind until you have heard and seen all the evidence. Remember, you cannot consider anything you hear or learn about this case outside this courtroom. If you don't follow these instructions, you may jeopardize the trial. This may require that we start all over again, and we really don't want to do that. If you become aware that another juror may have violated these rules, you must report it to me or one of my staff. I know that this can be a difficult thing to do, but in order to preserve the fairness that is guaranteed to everyone involved, it is very important that you do so. Please take note of the chair you are sitting in and keep the same chair throughout the trial. When reporting for jury duty in the morning and returning to the courthouse after lunch, you you need to report to the courtroom waiting room that you were in today. Do not communicate with anyone in the hallway if you happen to be out there who is not a member of this jury about any matter. These rules will apply until I dismiss you from the case. I may also repeat these rules when we take a break and when you leave at the end of the day. I don't do this to insult you, but in this age of electronic communication, it's a natural impulse for us to all look things up, to discuss things that we're doing with our friends and family, and post things on the internet. It is not, however, an impulse we can follow in this trial. Once we've completed this trial and you've given your verdict, and I have discharged you from the case, you will be free to do any research you choose and to share your experiences if you choose to do so. If you have a question I want to remind you again, you want to communicate with the court, please alert my staff. During the trial, of course, if you have any difficulty seeing or hearing, please raise your hand or make my staff aware of that. I will be instructing you on the law more fully after the testimony has been completed. I want to give you a broad outline of what this trial will look like. First of all, the attorneys will be making their opening statements. The purpose of the opening statement is not to argue about the evidence. The attorney's goal is just to give you a bird's eye view of what that attorney believes the evidence will show. After opening statements, the state is going to proceed first with its case in chief. After each state witness is called, the defense has a right to cross-examine. After all state's witnesses are called, the defense has the right to call witnesses as well, and the state has a right to cross-examine defense witnesses. Remember that the defendant is not required to prove her innocence. She is not required to call any witnesses. After the defense has called its witnesses, I will be giving you, the state may have rebuttal witnesses, and then I will give you your instructions of law that you are to apply in rendering your verdict. Following that, the attorneys will make their final arguments to you. Okay. Would the state like to proceed with this opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Police officers occupy unique positions of power and responsibility in our society. They hold positions of public trust, and they commit themselves to public service. They are accountable to the communities that they serve. And Brooklyn Center police officers are no exception. Their fundamental duty is to protect the sanctity of life. To do this job, the job of a Brooklyn Center police officer, they promise to safeguard lives. They promise to serve and protect, to maintain calm and develop self-restraint, and to be constantly mindful of the welfare of others. They promise never to employ unnecessary force or abuse. This is the oath of a Brooklyn Center police officer. I will never betray my badge, my integrity, my character, or the public interest. I will always have the courage to hold myself and others accountable for our actions. This is the standard they hold themselves to, and they take an oath to do so. Their duty to their badge and to the community is to protect life, not to take life. Now, they are also required to abide by a code of ethics. This serves as a type of compact or an agreement between each of the officers and the public that they serve. It sets forth what the community, what the public should expect from each and every one of them. It affirms that the badge is a symbol of public faith and public trust, and that the officers are each individually responsible for their own professional performance. And they each vow to take every opportunity to enhance and improve the level of their knowledge and competence. These officers carry deadly weapons every day on the job, and they receive extensive training in order to carry them. They're trained professionals. They're entrusted by the public with these weapons. Every day they put on their uniforms and they go to work, and they go to work out on the streets of our communities. They're trained to do this job. They're trained to interact with people of all walks of life, trained to interact with people in crisis, trained to interact with people on their worst days, trained to interact with people who may very well not want to interact with them at all. And every day that they go to work, they're required to be alert, attentive, and capable of performing their duties. Every day that they strap on that duty belt with their guns and their tasers, they have to be alert, attentive, and capable. And every day they do this, we entrust them with our lives. These officers have the responsibility to be mindful and attentive and acutely aware of the weapons that they carry and the risks associated with those weapons. They have the responsibility to follow their duty and their training when it comes to those weapons, and they have the responsibility to carry those weapons and use those weapons appropriately. We trust them not to use those weapons rashly or recklessly, and we expect not to be shot dead on the street for no reason. We expect them not to betray their badge, and we expect them to uphold their oath. We trust them to know wrong from right and left from right. This case is about an officer who knew not to get it dead wrong, but she failed to get it right. This case is about the defendant, Kimberly Potter, betraying her badge and betraying her oath and betraying her position of public trust. And on April 11th of this year, she betrayed a 20-year-old kid. She pulled out her firearm, she pointed it at his chest, and she shot and killed Daunte Wright. Now, the defendant was a 26-year veteran of the Brooklyn Center police force. For 26 years, she went out on the streets with the obligation to serve and protect. She had those same duties and those same responsibilities as every other Brooklyn Center police officer. That same fundamental duty to protect the sanctity of life and to safeguard life. She was bound by the same rules, the same policies, and she was bound by the same code of ethics. And you'll hear about the Brooklyn Center policies. We'll touch on those a little bit. And you'll hear about the defendant's training on things like the use of force, the use of firearms, and the use of a taser. And you'll hear she was trained not to use unnecessary force. She was trained not to shoot an unarmed driver. She was trained not to fire into a vehicle. And she was also trained not to use her taser on a fleeing suspect. And she was trained to be aware of the differences between her gun and her taser. And importantly, she was also trained about the risks of pulling the wrong weapon, and that drawing and firing the wrong weapon could kill someone. Now you'll learn about her firearm. It's a 9mm Glock handgun. And you'll hear about how the Brooklyn Center Police Department uses hollow point ammunition as their standard ammunition. That's the kind of ammunition that expands on impact. It peels back the metal in layers when it hits its target. Now this peeling action, it can slow down a bullet, but it can also cause extensive damage to the body in that way. This is a common type of ammunition used by law enforcement. And not only will you hear about the ammunition and the firearm, you'll hear about her taser, a Taser 7. Now a taser is a conducted energy weapon that shoots out 2 probes when you press the trigger. And those probes are supposed to attach to the skin and deliver an electric shock. And they do this because they're designed to incapacitate someone through something called neuromuscular incapacitation. And basically what that means is your muscle seize up so you can't move. And they can also be used to inflict pain. And you'll hear about the weapons from the witnesses in this case. But every day that the defendant, Kimberly Potter, went to work, she strapped on her duty belt with her gun and her taser and all of the other options available to her on that belt. And every day she put on her duty belt, she carried her weapons in the same way. She carried her Glock, her firearm, on her right side. The defendant is right-handed. She carried it on her right side, her dominant side. And she carried her taser on her left side, her non-dominant side. Something you might also hear referred to as her reaction side in some of these policies. She was trained to carry her weapons in this way, and she was trained on how to use them and how not to use them. And you will hear about that training, and you will learn that she had firearm training and taser training every single year. She had to be requalified on her firearm every year. She had to be tested and recertified on her taser every year in order to carry it. And she had additional training just a month before this incident. On March 2nd of 2021, she passed all the requirements to be certified on this Taser 7. Now, before I cover all the details of the policies and what happened with her training, I'm going to talk a little bit about Daunte Wright and the events of April 11th of this year. Daunte Wright was Katie Bryant and Aubrey Wright's first child together. He was their first son as a couple, and he lived at home with his parents and his 2 younger sisters, Diamond and Destiny. And he had 6 siblings in total. It was a large, blended family. A large family with a lot of love to go around. Daunte Wright also had dreams for his future. When he was little, he wanted to be a professional basketball player. Who doesn't? And as he got older, he had a number of jobs in retail, food service. And you'll hear that he spent some time working with his dad at the same shoe store. And not long before his death, he had plans to enroll in a trade school to pursue a career at Summit Academy. Now, Daunte Wright also had a son of his own, Daunte Jr. Daunte Jr. was 1 year old at the time of this incident, a toddler, now fatherless. And on April 11th, Daunte Wright himself was just 20 years old, just out of his teens, still had a close relationship with his mother. And he had a new baby boy, a loving family, and his whole adult life ahead of him. Now, on April 11th, Daunte Wright went to his parents' house. His mother, Katie Bryant, was watching his son, Junior, on that day. And Daunte Wright had recently been given the family car, a white Buick, as his own. And he was excited about that. And after getting this car, that was now his own, he wanted to get a car wash. That's what his plan was for April 11th. So his mom, Katie Bryant, gave him some money, and he left with his girlfriend, Elena Albrecht Payton, in the car. He headed out, and he later called his mom to figure out where he should go, which car wash was the right one. But he didn't make it. He never made it to the car wash that day. And he never made it home. Why? Because he was shot dead in his car in the middle of the day by the defendant. Now, what was the defendant doing on April 11th? On April 11th, the defendant had been a police officer for longer than Daunte Wright had been alive. On April 11th, the defendant was acting as a field training officer, FTO. She was training in a new officer whose name is Officer Lucky. And on April 11th, while out on patrol, the defendant and Officer Lucky saw an air freshener, a little tree, hanging from the rearview mirror of Daunte Wright's car. And they decided to stop the vehicle. Yes, for the air freshener. But as they stopped the car, they also noticed the tabs were expired. But this was a run-of-the-mill traffic stop. This is the kind of stop that happens every day. So after they pulled over this white Buick that Daunte Wright was driving, it was Officer Lucky, the trainee, who initially approached the car. Officer Lucky approached the car. He made contact with Daunte Wright, and the defendant stayed back in the squad and observed from a distance. Officer Lucky interacted with Daunte Wright. He explained the reason for the stop. And Daunte Wright gave Officer Lucky his information. He gave him his name. He gave him his full name, including his middle name, his date of birth, his address, his brother's name. He answered all the questions that were asked of him. And then Officer Lucky took that information back to the squad car and talked to the defendant. And when Officer Lucky returned to the squad car, what had scared 20-year-old Daunte Wright do? He called his mom. And in these COVID times, the tabs had not been updated. He didn't have an up-to-date license. He didn't have a proper insurance card. And he was trying to figure out the situation. So he called his mom for help. And back at the squad car, Officer Lucky acknowledged to the defendant that Daunte Wright had been forthcoming with him. And he told the defendant that he believed that Daunte Wright was telling him the truth. He then ran the name through their system, And the defendant, who's his trainer, corrected him. The defendant corrected Officer Lucky when he entered the name in the wrong way. And once they ran the name, the defendant and Officer Lucky found, yes, in fact, that Daunte Wright had an outstanding warrant for a failure to appear on a gross misdemeanor weapons violation. So in the squad car, the defendant and Officer Lucky, they discussed their plan, and they decided to arrest Daunte Wright on that warrant. And the defendant in the squad corrected Officer Lucky a second time when he code 4'd himself too early. Code 4 being just giving the all clear before he had that information completely from their system on the warrant. And while they're having this conversation, Sergeant Johnson, another Brooklyn Center Police Department officer, came on scene. And he approached the squad, talked to Officer Lucky and the defendant about what was going on. They filled him in. They did not express concerns for their safety. They did not decide to approach the car with guns drawn. They simply decided to arrest Daunte Wright on the warrant. This was nothing out of the ordinary for the defendant, a 26-year veteran of the Brooklyn Center Police Department. And on this day, she was training Officer Lucky. She was responsible for showing him the proper way to do things as a Brooklyn Center police officer. And she did not direct Officer Lucky to approach the vehicle any differently than he had before. So Officer Lucky walked back to the driver's side of the Buick where Daunte Wright was. And the defendant got out of the squad but stood back to watch. Officer Lucky asked Daunte Wright to put his phone on the dash, asked him to step out of the car, and Daunte Wright complied. Now, when Officer Lucky began to handcuff Daunte Wright and told him that there was a warrant and that he was under arrest, that was when scared Daunte tried to get away. He tried to get back in the car. He tried to leave. Daunte Wright was unarmed. He had no weapon. He was not violent. He did not threaten the officers in any way. He didn't reach for anything. He got in the car, put his hands on the steering wheel. He didn't come at the officers, didn't throw any punches, didn't kick anyone. He just pulled away, got back in the car, while Officer Lucky was trying to maintain his grip on Daunte Wright's clothing to pull him back out. So Daunte puts his hands on the steering wheel, he puts his foot down on the brake, he does the things that you do to get ready to drive a car. At that point, Officer Lucky reaches in from the driver's side and tries to turn off the car, and meanwhile, Sergeant Johnson, who has approached on the passenger side, grabs Daunte Wright's right arm, right hand, from the passenger side of the vehicle to try to get control of him. But he kept his feet planted firmly on the ground. He tried to turn off the car from that side, tried to get Daunte Wright under control. So Officer Lucky and Sergeant Johnson continued to engage. Now at that point, the defendant approached the vehicle behind Officer Lucky. She intervened and she interfered. Officer Lucky was her trainee and she was the FTO. So she was the one who determined how this stop would go. She was the 26-year veteran. She was the officer in charge. And it was her job to show Officer Lucky how it's done. And what did she show him? She showed him how to kill someone. Now, as soon as she gets involved, she escalates the situation. She acts rashly and impetuously. She draws her firearm She draws it with her right hand from the right side of her duty belt, where she's always kept her gun. She draws it with her finger on the trigger, and she points it directly at Daunte Wright's chest. Now, at the same time, there are two other officers, as you can see here, with hands on or interacting with Daunte Wright. Officer Lucky is to the front of her and sometimes to the side, and Sergeant Johnson on the other side of the vehicle. And Daunte Wright's girlfriend, Elena Albrecht Payton, is in the passenger seat, right next to him. They're all within a few feet of the muzzle of the defendant's gun. Now, the defendant says, "I'll tase you." And then she says again, "I'll tase you," a second time. And then, "Taser, taser, taser," which prompts the officers to let go of Daunte's arms and then disengage. But she points the gun at Daunte for more than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.5 seconds. Aims, pulls the trigger, and fires into his chest. And when she pulled that trigger, these people were all still around him, including these two other officers, Officer Lucky and Sergeant Johnson on the other side, and Elena Albrecht Payton in the passenger seat. And when she pulls that trigger, she fires directly under Officer Lucky's face, with Officer Lucky's arm reaching over the top of where her gun is. When she pulls that trigger, Daunte Wright is in the driver's seat of that car. He has his foot off and on the brake, and the car is running on a busy street in the middle of the day. She did all this despite her training. She had been trained year after year after year to prevent this kind of thing from happening, but she did it anyway. Now, after she shot Daunte Wright, the defendant admitted she had messed up big time. Here's what she said. Shit, I just shot him. I grabbed the wrong fucking gun and I shot him. I'm going to go to prison and I killed a boy. Now, I'm going to play for you now a short video clip of some of the evidence that you'll see in this case. It's a composite. It's two videos on the screen at the same time. One is a clip from the defendant's own body-worn camera, and one is the squad camera. They're synced up for you so you can see. But this is just a very small portion of what you'll see in this trial. This just shows the few seconds around this incident.
All right, I'll continue.
7 Stefano.
All right, man, you're gonna be better.
You got a warrant.
I'm not doing nothing. Don't. You say stop, bro. Don't do it. Don't do it. Hey, don't.
I'll tase you! I'll tase you! Taser!
Ah, he shot me.
Oh, shit! I just shot him.
Getting good.
Yes! I grabbed the wrong fucking gun! I shot him! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Members of the jury, There is no do-over when you walk the streets with a loaded firearm. When you're entrusted with a deadly weapon as part of your job, there's no do-over when you take a young man's life. Now, this was exactly what she had been trained for years to prevent. But on April 11th, she betrayed her badge and she failed Daunte Wright. Now, after the defendant shot him, Daunte Wright's car traveled about a block down the street. It crossed the median and it hit another vehicle that was traveling in the opposite direction. And you'll hear from Patricia Lundgren, who was driving that other vehicle. She and her husband were coming down the road when they were hit by Daunte Wright's car. And you'll also hear from Elena Albrecht Payton, the passenger who was riding with Daunte Wright. And she'll tell you about the crash and the injuries she suffered. Now, you'll also see and hear about the fact that after the defendant shot Daunte Wright and the car crashed a block away, she didn't do anything to help him. She didn't call for assistance. She didn't render aid. She didn't communicate any information about what had happened to her fellow officers who were responding. And when they showed up down the block, they didn't know that Daunte had been shot. Daunte Wright had been shot. They didn't know that the defendant had shot him. And they didn't know what they were dealing with at all. So almost 10 minutes later, a small army of officers approach with guns drawn and drag Daunte Wright's dead body out of the car at gunpoint. And the defendant did nothing. You'll also hear from paramedics that Daunte Wright was declared dead on scene. And then the BCA arrived to investigate the matter. And the medical examiner's office came and they collected the body. There was no bringing him back. You'll hear from the medical examiner, the assistant medical examiner in this case, who conducted the autopsy, Dr. Jackson. And he'll tell you about his examination, his autopsy procedure, and his findings in this case. And you'll see photos of Daunte Wright's injuries. And you'll see that gunshot wound that tore through his heart. Dr. Jackson will also tell you that he recovered a projectile from Daunte Wright's body, the bullet, after it ripped through his insides and got lodged in his chest wall. And he'll describe for you the condition that it was in, that peeling back of that metal, and how that's consistent with a hollow point bullet. And he'll also tell you about his findings on cause and manner of death. The cause of Mr. Wright's death was a gunshot wound to the chest, and the manner of Mr. Wright's death was homicide. You'll also hear from a use of force expert in this case, who will tell you about the use of the weapons at issue here. And he'll tell you that it was objectively unreasonable for the defendant to use her firearm. And he'll tell you that even the use of the taser would have been unwise under these circumstances. Members of the jury, I'd like to take a moment to discuss what this case is not about. It's not about intent to kill. That's not why you're here today.
Objection argumentative.
The objection is overruled. You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. The judge will give you the law, and she'll give you instructions on the law to apply at the end of this case. But intent is not an element of any of the charges at issue here, and it's not something that the state will have to prove. That the defendant didn't intend to kill Mr. Wright or that she didn't mean to shoot him with her gun, if you hear those things, they have nothing to do with the charges at hand. Indeed, if the defendant had meant to do these things, if she had meant to shoot her gun into Daunte Wright's body, we would be talking about intentional murder and not the charges at hand. And that's not the case you have before you. The defendant is not charged with intentional murder. No one will say that she wanted him dead. No one will say that she wanted this to happen. And no one is even saying that she meant to shoot him with her gun. But the evidence will show that's what she did. She fired her gun at point-blank range into Daunte Wright's chest. She unholstered her weapon. She drew it. She aimed it. She pointed it directly at Daunte Wright. And she pulled the trigger and she shot him in the chest. And she did those things without bothering to confirm what was in her hand. Firing a weapon, blindly assuming it to be a taser, after drawing the wrong weapon from the wrong side. She did all those things with a gun. That's what she actually did. A gun loaded with hollow point bullets. The kind that expand on impact. The kind that tear up someone's insides. She did this with a firearm that she was issued, that was part of her job, that she was entrusted to carry in the course of her duties, to serve and protect. So as a result of all of this, the state has charged 2 crimes. First-degree manslaughter and second-degree manslaughter. And again, the law you will apply will come from the judge at the end of this case. But these charges are in the realm of recklessness and culpable negligence. Those terms will be defined for you by the court later. But the law in Minnesota criminalizes all kinds of reckless conduct. Things like reckless driving, reckless child endangerment, reckless handling of a firearm, and in certain cases, manslaughter. And that is what this case is about. It's about the reckless handling of a firearm, and it's about the disregard of known risks. It's about an officer who knew she could kill someone if she got it wrong, but she failed to make sure she got it right. You may also hear at some point during this case, this incident might be described as an unfortunate mistake or a tragic accident. Or that because the defendant didn't know she had a gun in her hand, that this should be called an accident and not a crime. And again, the law you will apply will come from the judge. Those are the instructions that you will follow. But that's simply not the case.
Counsel,
members of the jury.
Please stick to the facts. Okay.
This case is also not about Daunte Wright. Daunte Wright.
Just his argument, I object. She's given her opening statement, now she's arguing her case.
I'd like you to just stick with a bird's eye view of the facts that you think will go in and no argument, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. You'll hear about the training. You'll hear about the policies. There will be evidence of all of those things presented in this case. And I'm going to highlight some of those things for you. The defendant's history of training over a 26-year period as a Brooklyn Center police officer will be evidence in this case that you will have to consider in the connection with the charges at issue. Now, over the course of her career, the defendant received extensive training on a variety of topics, year in and year out. She had training on firearms, training on tasers, training on use of force, and that included all types of things. Readiness to use force, scenario-based training, so real-life type situations where you have to react under stress, choose the right type of weapon, choose the appropriate response. She was trained to do all this under stressful conditions. She was also trained to maintain calm, manage stress, and make those decisions in the moment, out on the street. But the evidence will show that she flouted her training and she flouted policy. I'm going to give you a highlight of some of those policies and trainings. Now, when it comes to firearms, she was required to successfully complete training on her firearm every year. She had to be requalified, in addition to the quarterly training she received. And she was also instructed by policy that she should not unnecessarily display or handle any firearm. That's part of the policy. The use of force policy instructs officers they shall only use the amount of force that reasonably appears necessary in a particular situation. There's also policy on moving vehicles and how officers should use or not use their firearms in those situations. And that policy indicates that an officer should only discharge a firearm at a moving vehicle or its occupants if deadly force other than the vehicle is directed at the officers or others. Policy also says that officers should not utilize firearms during an ongoing pursuit unless the conditions and circumstances meet the requirements for deadly force. There's also policy on de-escalation, that officers should use non-violent strategies and techniques to decrease the intensity of a situation, to improve decision-making, to improve communication, and to reduce the need for force. Now, in addition to training on policy and training on firearms and use of force, you'll hear about policy on tasers. And the policy on tasers for Brooklyn Center is known as conducted energy device policy. And policy says that the purpose of the taser is to control violent suspects as opposed to fleeing suspects. And that appropriate use should result in fewer serious injuries to both officers and suspects. And you will see that mere flight from a pursuing officer is not good cause for the use of a taser. And you will also learn that Brooklyn Center policy says that the use of a taser should be avoided where collateral injury might result. Collateral injury, meaning someone else could get hurt or killed. And that includes on individuals who are operating vehicles. You'll also hear that tasers require training as well in order to carry them. That in order to carry a taser, officers have to complete successfully their department training. Now you'll learn that policy also dictates how those should be carried in a reaction side holster. Again, that's the non-dominant side, on the opposite side of the duty weapon. It also requires that those items be distinctly marked, that they look different, and that officers should not hold them both at the same time. And we'll talk about some of those differences, and you'll hear about them during the course of the trial. Now, you'll see in this picture the defendant's taser, Taser 7, up top in yellow, and the Glock 9mm handgun pictured at the bottom. And you'll hear about the differences between these two items. The color, for one, Well, it sounds like stating the obvious, perhaps. The taser is bright yellow, the Glock is black. The differences in weight you will learn about. Now, the taser weighs 0.94 pounds, and the Glock, the firearm, when loaded with 17 rounds of ammunition, it weighs 2.11 pounds. That's more than twice as much. Now, you'll also hear about the differences in safety, in the display, and the laser that comes on the taser, and the holster location. And I'll talk about those things too. Now, when it comes to the safety, a safety is just a mechanism or a button of some kind, a switch in some cases, that makes a weapon inoperable. And the Taser 7 has a safety on the side that you have to flip up right there in order to arm the device. It has to be engaged. And the Glock, the firearm, has no safety switch like that. It has a trigger safety. So basically, you pull the trigger on the Glock and it fires. Now, when it comes to the display, well, when you flip up the safety on a taser, it arms the device. It means it's ready to use. And when you do that, when that switch is lifted up, three things happen. A display screen comes on the back of the taser. Green and red laser lights appear coming out of the front of the taser, and they appear on the target that you're aiming at. And the flashlight also turns on. And that display screen is pictured here on the back of the taser. It faces the operator who's holding it. The person holding the taser sees this display screen when it's on. And the lasers, the top laser comes out of the top cartridge, a green laser light that appears on the target showing where that top prong would deploy. And depending on which cartridge you're using, one of two red laser lights appears. But there's a green light and a red light that appear on the target when you aim the taser after it's been armed. Now, you'll also see for yourselves and hear about the defendant's duty belt that holds her gun and her taser holsters. Now, on the right of the screen is the taser in its holster. The taser holster is made of plastic. It has a latch right here that has to be depressed. You have to push down on a button to release the taser from its holster. You press down on that button and then rock the taser backward. The taser has to lean back, rock back, to be pulled up and out of the holster. Now, the firearm holster, which is on the left side here, empty in this photograph, is made of a soft leather-like material, and it has a snap that just releases and the gun comes straight out. Now, as you saw before, taser and firearms have to be holstered in different ways pursuant to policy. The policy requires that the taser be carried on the reaction side, the non-dominant side. And the firearm, the gun, is carried on the dominant side. In this case, the defendant's right hand side is where she kept her gun. Her left side is where she kept her taser. Now, you'll hear about that requirement. The policy requires that officers carry those weapons on separate sides of their body. Officers are given the choice when it comes to how those tasers are positioned on their non-dominant side. Now, the choice is a cross draw or a straight draw. Now, for a cross draw, the officers use their right hand, reach over the body with the right hand to pull out the taser. In that situation, as pictured in the top here, the butt of the grip points forward to make that cross motion so that the officer would pull that taser with that right hand in a case as pictured here. Now, the defendant had her holster set up in a straight draw. The added protection of having the taser come out with her left hand. When a taser is positioned on the left side of the body in a straight draw, the butt of the gun points backward, and the officer has to rock the taser out and pull it up with the left hand. Straight draw taser is to be drawn with the left hand. The defendant had her duty belt and her holsters positioned so that she would have to draw her taser with her left hand. Now, the defendant had chosen this setup and this additional protection in the way that she carried, and she had done this consistently for years, and you'll see evidence of that. She carried in a straight draw position in 2016, left side straight draw. 2017, left side straight draw. 2018, left side straight draw. 2019, left side straight draw. 2020, again, left side straight draw, including April 11th of this year, left side straight draw. She had her taser positioned on her left side, as required by policy, with the added protection of straight draw, pulling it with her left hand. Her Glock, her firearm, again, by policy, on the right side of her duty belt. So the only weapon she draws with her right hand is her gun, not her taser. You'll hear about policy on targeting when it comes to the taser as well. Policy says that officers should target lower center mass, but they should avoid the head, the neck, the chest, and the groin, sensitive areas of the body. And you'll also hear about taser training and how the policy requires training, and you'll hear about the training that they go through as well. But the training is required to include performing reaction hand draws or cross draws, which is not applicable to her, to reduce the possibility of accidentally drawing and firing a firearm. Policy requires that when they are trained, they practice. They practice drawing that taser with that left hand with the straight draw. It's required by policy. You'll see some of those records, the records of the defendant's training. Every year she received classroom training, hands-on training, and instruction, practice on this taser, on the tasers that she was issued, and that included the recent certification. In 2015, she was trained and certified. In 2016, she was trained and certified. In 2017 and 2018, she was trained and certified. And in addition, she had to acknowledge that she had received the product warnings and that she had understood those warnings at the time that she was recertified on her taser. And she acknowledged receiving them every year she was trained. This is 2019 and 2020, and you'll see those records. And again, in that most recent training, March 2nd, 2021, she once again acknowledged receiving and understanding those product warnings. Now these trainings, like the one on March 2nd, also include reviewing the PowerPoint presentations, demonstrating safe handling, performing de-escalation arcs, basically being able to use these tasers in safe ways. And again, on March 2nd, 2021, she indicated that she understood and received the warnings, the Axon product warning. Axon is just the parent company for Taser. She understood those warnings. And what did those warnings say? They said, confusing a handgun with a CEW, a taser, could result in death or serious injury. learn the differences in the physical feel and holstering characteristics between your CEW, taser, and your handgun to help avoid confusion. Always follow your agency's guidance and training. And those PowerPoints and that training that she went through continued to remind officers of those risks. Those PowerPoints that she had to sit through to be certified every year included that tasers are not risk-free. They can cause death or serious injury. The PowerPoints themselves set forth that the course attendees, the officers, had to acknowledge that they had read and understood that taser warning that you just saw. They included that tasers are serious weapons and should be treated as such. This was all part of the training. And over the years, they also talked about the benefits and the risks with respect to the way that you carry your taser. And they specifically had in their training that the benefits of carrying a taser on the non-dominant side had associated issues. That includes, let me rephrase. If you carry your taser on the dominant side, if you're right-handed and you carry your taser on the dominant side, they have instructed their trainees there's a higher risk of weapon confusion. They talked about the risk of weapon confusion in those trainings. They explained that there were known incidents of shootings by mistaken weapon confusion. This was part of the training going back at least as early as 2016. They trained that you could kill someone, and there were incidents of shootings when you made the mistake and pulled the wrong weapon. And so they explained why it makes sense to carry your taser on the other side of your body. And they direct officers to refer to your department's tactical experts and make your own policy on how to carry, holster, and deploy. They instructed about the known risks. Those risks also included instruction on risks of injury to people operating vehicles or machinery, and risks if someone is tased in the heart or chest area. Those trainings also included smart use considerations. And those smart use considerations explain that if there's no immediate safety risk, slow down and consider alternative force options. And they explain that physical resistance alone does not equal an immediate safety risk. The training materials themselves tell you to reevaluate. The training materials also tell officers to be aware, to be careful, and to be aware of stress and how stress can influence these situations. And they instruct that officers have been accused of using excessive taser exposures due to stress or distractions. Be alert and avoid potential distractions. This is part of the training. And they talk about where to target, where you should aim the taser if you're using it. The trainings say to target the back, that the back is the most preferred target area. And that's because it contains larger muscle groups and reduces the risk of hitting sensitive body areas. And it tells you on the front, you should, if you have to tase at the front, tase below the chest, split the belt line, increase that distance between those probes so you don't tase near the heart and you don't tase the chest. And the reason for that is there are cardiac risks associated with tasing someone in the chest. So the training materials say, target the back, avoid the chest, avoid the heart region. And the taser training materials also say that historically, over time, these deployments have been most effective from 7 to 15 feet away. Use this distance where you can to have a higher hit probability, good probe spread, if you want these items to be effective and to achieve that neuromuscular incapacitation. Because they may not work if you don't have the appropriate distance between your probes. The taser training materials also talk about a spark or functionality test. The training materials say that a full 5-second spark or functionality test should be conducted once every 24 hours. That's in the training materials. It's also in the policy. And you'll hear evidence that the defendant failed to spark test her taser for the 2 days prior to this incident. You'll hear that she didn't do that, even though it was required by policy. And even these slides on spark testing explain that you should be aware of potential stress. And over again, throughout the years, every time she's seeing these slides, she's seeing that the tasers are not risk-free. That repeated messaging. Big letters. Read the warnings. Understand them. Understand that tasers can cause death or serious injury. Understand the risks of weapons confusion. But the evidence will show that the defendant flouted that training, and she disregarded her fundamental duty to safeguard life. I killed a boy. I killed a boy. Those were the defendant's words. That's what she said after she did what she did. On April 11th of this year, the defendant shot and killed Daunte Wright, a 20-year-old who had an air freshener hanging from his rearview mirror. A kid in a heartbreaker jean jacket. But on April 11th of this year, Daunte Wright was not the heartbreaker. It was Daunte Wright who had his heart broken. And it was the defendant who broke Daunte Wright's heart when she fired a hollow point bullet straight into his chest. Thank you.
Okay, members of the jury, we're going to take a 20-minute break before the defense has an opportunity to do an opening statement. Okay, so 20 minutes. Okay, a couple of things. There are a media person here. I do not want you trying to talk to the families while you're in the courtroom, all right? Also, please don't leave until the jury leaves the courtroom. And that applies to the families as well as the attorneys and Ms. Potter, okay? All right, are you ready for the jury? All right. Thanks, Deputy. Okay, welcome back, members of the jury. Please be seated. All right, the defense may present its opening statement.
May it please the court, Mr. Frank and your team, Mr. Gray, Ms. Montgomery, former Officer Potter, and her family, her husband, sister-in-law, and brother, members of the jury. She said, "I'll tase you. I'll tase you." The language was direct, it was clear, it was unmistakable. And all Mr. Wright had to do was stop. He was told he was arrested on a warrant. He resisted. She said, "I'll tase you." And all he had to do was surrender. But that wasn't his plan. He continued on with her struggle. And 5 seconds later, she says, "Taser, taser, taser." And you're going to remember those 3 words for the rest of your life. And when she's saying those 3 words, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have to know from the facts what she is seeing. Okay? Because what she is seeing is that her partner, Sergeant Johnson, is in the car. He's a tall individual. He's going to testify probably tomorrow. But he's in the car restraining the gear shift so that Mr. Wright can't escape. And she knows that if he's not stopped, Mr. Wright's not stopped, he's about to drive away with a police officer dangling from his car. And she knows, and she'll tell you this, and when she says taser, 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 if she does nothing, Mr. Wright drives away and either substantially harms Sergeant Johnson or, more likely, he kills them. So when she says, taser, 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 there's one last pause. The facts will show you. Mr. Wright can stop. All he has to do is stop, and he'd be with us. But he goes. She can't let him leave because he's going to kill her partner. And so she does taser, 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 and she pulls the trigger believing that it was a taser. For why else would she say it? And immediately, upon pulling the trigger a single time, which is the training for tasers, the training for gun is to pull twice, she realizes what has happened, much to her everlasting and unending regret. She made a mistake. This was an accident. She's a human being. But she had to do what she had to do to prevent a death to a fellow officer, too. Well, before I start on the facts, and there are quite a bit more details to this case than you just heard about over the last hour, I'd like to introduce myself once again. It's a great honor to be here. It's a great privilege to be a lawyer in America, I think, and to be able to stand before you in this distinguished court in a case of this magnitude. And we are all about to engage in the great experiment that is called the American democracy, the central feature of which is a jury trial, where, according to the Constitution, if a citizen is accused of crime, her peers get to decide what the facts are and render a just verdict. It's humbling to be here, but a great honor to be her voice, along with Mr. Gray, to talk to you, to answer to ask the questions she wants us to ask, and to present the evidence she wants us to present for her, and to finally argue for her at the end of the case, which will be done by Mr. Gray. It's a historic process that we're all engaged in, and I know you'll appreciate it, but it's been going on for hundreds of years, to over 200 years, in the American effort to be fair. And there's something sacred about what we're trying to accomplish here. You're making an everlasting decision about a human being. And there's hardly any greater responsibility than that. Well, this is an opening statement. It's meant for the defense and the state to give you a roadmap or an overview of the case. It's my chance to tell you what the facts are, many of which were left out. So here's what I'm going to do in the next half hour. I'm going to introduce the police officers to you, because they're just not there for a second. They have lives. They have careers. And you should know more about them. So I'll talk about Kimberly Potter and her life and her career. I'll talk about Sergeant Michael Johnson. And I'll talk about Anthony Lucky. I'll give you just an overview of who they are, which you should know about. Then I'll follow that by talking about what happened here. Why he was arrested. This case isn't about a license tab. It's about a bench warrant and a guy that had a harassment order and violent conduct on his part. So we'll go in second by second on what happened here and what she saw, because she'll tell you that next week. But I want you to be in mind and mindful of what she saw. And then after we talk about the incident, I'll tell you about the other witnesses we're going to call to buttress and support our defense, the experts and the lay witnesses alike, and then we'll be ready to go. So I want you to hang with me for a half hour here. That's where I'm going to go. So let's start with the three officers. Well, first, Kimberly Potter. She's 49 years old. was born in 1972, 4 kids in her household. She had one of these experiences as a kid that is memorable. One day in her grade school class, a police officer named Michael McGee came to talk about bicycle safety. And it is amazing what influence an adult might have on a child at any particular time, but she enjoyed the talk, and it dawned on her that she might want to be a police officer, just by the mere fact this officer came to her class. She pursued the interest in high school. She was in Explorers, which is kind of the teenager grouping that allows kids that age to experience police work to see if they might be interested. And by the time she had graduated from high school, Totino Grace, by the way, which is in the northern suburbs, Catholic high school, maybe you are familiar with it, she had decided to be a police officer. And what she wanted to do was get a BA and then pursue her career. So she enrolled at St. Mary's University in Winona and started down there in 1990 and got a degree in criminal justice and sociology, which are the standard majors for police officers. She graduated in 3.5 years. She was an industrious student, worked really hard. And then she started applying for work in the community. She got a job at the Anoka Regional Treatment Facility, but she wanted to get in with the police force. So she applied and was hired in 1995 to work for Brooklyn Center Police Department as a patrol officer. And she'll tell you one of the proudest days of her life was to have her dad pin the badge on her so that she could be a police officer. Around the same time, she married her husband, Jeff, who's the fellow with the dark suit. And they have 2 kids. One's in the Marine Corps now, and one plays the Division I hockey in the Dakotas. And they raised their family in the Champlin area. She started out her career as a patrol officer. She always wanted to be on the street. She took a special interest in domestic abuse victims, which will come into play in a minute. She became a part of the Brooklyn Center Domestic Abuse Task Force. She was really interested in women who were victimized by men and subject to the violence of men occasionally, and she shepherded the women through the court system, became their mentors, made sure they were treated fairly. She had a talent for negotiation. She was on the hostage negotiation team for Brooklyn Center. She was on the crisis team. She was an FTO, asked to be an FTO, which is an honor as well to train police officers. And then this day that we're going to talk about in a moment, she was the FTO, Field Training Officer. And one of her greatest achievements, she'll tell you, is that she is on the honor guard for police officers who die in the line of duty. She is the one among several who carry the caskets of police officers who are shot. And every officer will tell you that the most dangerous thing a police officer will do is respond to a traffic stop or an act of domestic violence. And everybody that makes a stop knows that something may go wrong. So that's her career. That's who she is. And over the course of 26 years, she never fired a gun. She never fired one shot. She never fired her taser. She never had to. She was good at de-escalating everything, and here that's what she's trying to do. I'll tase you, which is another way of saying, please stop, so I don't have to hurt you. Please stop. So that's who she is. She'll tell you that. Sergeant Johnson is on the scene. He's 41. He started the force in 2005. He became a member of the SWAT team. And you'll see that he is an imposing guy, 6'2", 6'3". He's on the SWAT team because of his physicality. SWAT teams, he'll explain to you, go into houses to arrest people, do search warrants, and are engaged in the activities designed to arrest people who don't want to be arrested, and anything that's involving a dangerous course of action, the SWAT team is often called. And he'll describe that to you. But the fact of the matter is, SWAT team members tend to be fearless because they take the most risks. And on this day, he was the guy who opened the passenger car door and stayed in the car. And he was the guy that she wanted to save. So that's Sergeant Johnson. He's a patrol sergeant. He's her supervisor. He evaluates her. And he's on duty that day. He gets the radio call and he arrives. Finally, we have Anthony Lucky, who is the young one of the bunch, but old in terms of experience. Mr. Lucky's in his 20s, Officer Lucky's in his 20s. He grew up in Brooklyn Park, which of course is next to Brooklyn Center. Graduated from high school there. He too will tell you that somewhere along the line when he was 7 or 8, he decided to be a police officer. After high school, he went to junior college for 2 years, Rasmussen. Got certified. You need a 2-year degree to be a police officer, 4-year or 2-year. And got his boards and started to become a police officer. His first job was up in Mille Lacs for the Mille Lacs band up in Mille Lacs Lake. The geography was a little tough. That's not quite where he wanted to be. He had a job in Gaylord, Minnesota, a small town north, south and west of here, and then he applied to where he always wanted to be, which was Brooklyn Center. And Brooklyn Center was right next to where he lived. He knows the streets, he'll tell you. He knows the people. He knows the culture. He has intuitions about what is occurring because he grew up here. And in a sense, wait for him to testify as well. So those are the 3 people that really know what happened here. Let me go now into April 11th. On this day, Officer Lucky is supervised, as we said, by former Officer Potter. They start the shift. It's a Sunday. It's non-eventful. Nothing is happening much on a Sunday in April in Brooklyn Center, but they're on routine patrol. An FTO supervises the new police officer. Officer Lucky just started in February of this year. And he's driving along and he sees a white GM Buick in a turn lane. The signals are opposite. Instead of turning left, there's a signal to turn right. His curiosity is piqued. He decides to follow the car. It's his decision. As he follows the car, he runs the plate. He notes that the tabs are expired. He sees a Christmas tree hanging from the mirror. But this case isn't about tabs. It's not about Christmas trees. He has a right to stop. He makes the decision. It's his own decision. She joins it. She doesn't oppose it. And he stops the car. And you're going to see a much longer video as we go through here. So he does what he's trained to do. He walks up to the car door. The window comes down. He immediately notices the odor of marijuana. They didn't tell you that last hour. He sees marijuana shake inside the car. He asks for a license. Mr. Wright, who is driving the car, has no license. He can't give him one. His license is suspended. He asks for insurance. Officer Lucky does, because in Minnesota, to drive a car, you got to have insurance. And the reason you have insurance is that should you get into a crash, that the victims of your crash can be compensated. And the only insurance card that Mr. Wright could produce was something 4 years old in a different name. So we've got some flags here going on. It's not anything about the tabs any longer. It's about someone who shouldn't be driving a car at all. Lucky goes back to the car. They get in. He runs a warrant check. Standard. There are different databases that can be used to run a warrants check. If you've ever stopped, this has happened to you as well. But so he runs a check, and you'll hear the audio of it, and there's a warrant for him. So this changes the equation. The warrant is for a gun charge. A gun charge. It's a gross misdemeanor, and this causes Lucky, who lives in the area, to be alarmed, because he knows from his own personal experience from this area that a substantial percentage of people driving in Brooklyn Center have guns in their car. He'll estimate it's up to 40%. That may be high, but that's for his own anecdotal experience. But there's a substantial chance, he'll tell you, that there's now a gun in the car because the guy's got a gun warrant. And he'll tell you he thought there was a substantial chance Wright had a gun either on his person or in the left container of the car in the doorway or in the console, which is where you hide the guns. Okay? He's alerted. So they run more checks, though. And what they didn't tell you an hour ago is there was a harassment order against Mr. Wright. A female had secured an order for protection against him because he had been violent against her. So we have guns. We have someone who's accused Mr. Wright of being violent, and a court had ordered him to stay away from her. We have marijuana in the car. He can't drive the car away. He can't be allowed to leave. So Lucky goes back to the car and says, they have a conversation here. And the conclusion he drew was that he had to be arrested on the warrant. A court of law directed him to arrest him. It has nothing to do with a license tab. It has to do with a court order from this district. So the plan is to go to the door and arrest him. But they also have to know who the female is in the car, because Lucky knows, Officer Potter knows that with restraining orders and harassment orders, sometimes the girlfriend or the friend who gets the order reconciles with the defendant. And they have to find out who she is to see if she is in danger. This is standard police work. No fault can be had for the strategy here. So Lucky walks up to the door, tells him, Mr. Wright, to get out. He can't arrest him inside the car. So he directs him to get out, and about the same time, all three of them say, you're under arrest. And Johnson, by this time, has conferred. He knows what the situation is, too. So there's an arrest warrant for a gun. In hindsight, I suppose, they could have taken Mr. Wright further back. But all these officers will say that sometimes they arrest at the doorway. But the plan was to cuff him and then figure out what to do. They had to cuff him, recheck the warrant, recheck the woman, and then figure out what to do. This is all legitimate. This is all legitimate police work. And all Mr. Wright had to do was surrender on the warrant, which he had to have known about. That's all he had to do. So he gets him out of the car, Lucky does. And then you hear on the videotape, which you'll hear many times, is he turns Daunte Wright to the car, tries to get his arms back, which is what he's supposed to do, and then Wright starts to tense up. And Lucky says, don't tense up. Don't tense up. Don't do it, bro, I think is the language that you'll hear. So we have someone who's supposed to surrender and doesn't want to surrender. And he gets back in the car. And it's chaotic. It's fast moving. This is really quick. Mr. Wright is extremely fast. He knows exactly what he wants to do, and that is escape. So he twists and turns back in the car. And at this point, Johnson enters the car. Johnson holds, as I say, the gear shift, so he can't drive. Lucky's trying to hang on. And at this point, he has to be stopped. He can't just drive away, because the police officers know that fleeing a police officer is also a felony. And fleeing at a dangerous speed, which you saw in the video, is a dangerous felony. It's a crime of violence. They also know they can't let him go. They can't. The court has said arrest him. I'll tase you, I'll tase you, I'll tase you, she says. It's clear, it's direct, it's rooted in her hostage crisis training. She announces what's going to happen to him. She hopes, as I tell you, that he will comply, be arrested. She repeats it twice. I'll tase you, I tase you, and there's 5 seconds. And then, as I told you, she sees Johnson, whose location was key to the case, because if this guy drives away, he's dead. He's dead. So the moment, what happens, she shouts, taser, 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 and one of the issues for you, or the key issue in the case for you, is what was her conscious thought as to whether or not she had a taser in her arm, or whether or not she had a gun.
The objection is overruled.
The evidence will show you, in her own testimony and in your intuition after watching the video 10 times, is that she believed that she possessed a taser. That's why she said taser, taser, taser. She didn't say gun, gun, gun. And if she believed that she had a taser, which she did, then she did not have an awareness of possessing a gun. You know, the crimes alleged here are going to be defined by Judge Chu at the end of the trial, but it's just not shooting somebody. That's not the crime. It's being consciously aware of some kind of fact.
Objection, Your Honor. Time law.
All right, Counselor, please stick to the facts.
Okay. Well, as you look at the case, you decide whether, when she said taser, 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 she meant something else. You decide. And that's why we're here, essentially. We have that dispute. So that takes care of what happened. You know who the testimony is going to be. Now I want to tell you who our other witnesses are going to be before you, and then we'll get going on the case. We're going to call several witnesses. The first one will be Timothy Gannon. He's the police chief, former police chief of Brooklyn Center. He was starting at Brooklyn Center in 1994, about the same time former Officer Potter did. His rise through the department was a different course. He was on the SWAT team. He became a sergeant quite quickly, and then he became a commander. There are 3 commanders, and then the police chief, and then eventually he became the police chief of Brooklyn Center. And he's going to testify first. He's a veteran of the Iraq wars. He's got a BA. He's a wealth of experience. He's been in over 100 critical instances in his life where shots were fired. He's been in danger himself. And he'll testify about the training that Brooklyn Center police officers take, and he'll testify that he's seen the videotape himself. Different views of the tape now as it become more produced in the discovery, and he'll say that given the position of Johnson's body in the car, it was consistent with Officer Potter's training to not only shoot a taser, she certainly could do that, consistent with what she was trained to do, but she could have also shot him. which was not intention, but she could have shot him, given the fact that Johnson almost died. But that will be his testimony. He'll also tell you a little bit about being in these traumatic critical incidents, is what they're called in police training and the police world. And he'll tell you that he's been in, as I say, 100, but he'll also tell you that there's certain inability to recall events that happen so quickly and they're so violent. And part of Officer Potter's testimony will be a lack of recall as to some details in this. She's got most of them, but some details are gone. And that does happen during critical instances involving trauma. So he'll tell you a little bit more about that. We're going to call next a fellow from Missouri named Steve Iams, I-J-A-M-S. He's a 29-year veteran of police work, and he's going to testify as to the reasonable use of a taser. There is a question here. They're going to present their own expert named Stoughton, and we will present an expert to you in the form of Iams, Steve Iams, that the use of the taser was certainly legitimate. It was appropriate. There was enough distance. The central claim, factual dispute that you're going to have to decide is whether the car was moving or whether, in other words, Daunte Wright was in control of the car. And the testimony will be that the car was not moving, that he wasn't in control of the car, and that was the purpose of Johnson being there. And you'll have testimony when someone says taser, 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 that's consistent with the training, then everyone jumps back so as not to be shocked by the taser itself. So when Officer Potter shouted taser, 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 that's when Johnson and Lucky moved back. And the fact that she shouted taser, taser, taser saved Johnson's life. So that's Steve Iams. He'll come in. We've got another officer named Colleen Fricke who was with Kimberly Potter that night, and she'll show you videotape to give you a sense of the profound remorse and the emotional impact this has had on her. And she'll show you a video of Kimberly Potter huddled in the corner of Brooklyn Center Police Station. Her grief and regret was inconsolable. But grief and regret is not a crime either, or reflective of one. We're going to call character witnesses for her, people who've known her, police officers, friends from the family, all ages, to say that she has a good reputation for being peaceful and law-abiding, so that you know that this is something that is way out of the ordinary for her. And finally, we're going to answer the question that some of you had of, well, if you're a police officer for 29 years why and trained so well, why should something like this happen? And so we will be calling a fellow named Lawrence Miller from Boca Raton, Florida. He's a PhD in psychology with an expertise in traumatic incidences and police work, violence. And he's going to talk to you about how it is that we do one thing while meaning to do another. And it's called in the literature an action error. And he'll come in Friday morning, a week from this Friday. And he'll talk about the routine kind of action errors that we all experience. Give you some examples of what an action error is. But I want to get that word in your mind as you go through the case, action error. And for example, as the year turns, and for those who still write checks, you write the date of the check in January and you put the wrong year because you're used to doing 2001 all through the year, and it should be 2022. Well, that's an error. You're making an error you don't even think about. Or in computers, you change the password, but absentmindedly go back to your old password. Or if you've recently moved to a different location, you sometimes can drive back to your old location not realizing that that's what you've done. These are called action errors, and they are ordinarily dismissible, but they become quite important when what happens is catastrophic. And when someone makes a mistake and wants to do one thing but does something else with consequences of the kind that we see here. Action errors in the field of great catastrophe include airline mistakes that are historically made, why a high-time pilot would suddenly miss a landing after 30 years, why a surgeon perhaps after 1,000 surgeries might make a mistake, which can happen, or a diagnosis may be missed in the time of stress. Action errors in police work, Dr. Miller will tell you, occur in times of chaos, acute stress, when the decisions have to be made in an instant, when there is no time for reflection, and where the individual involved is in turn chaotic and perhaps intoxicated. Stoned is another word for it. It's up to you, of course, whether action error occurred in this case, and he's not going to give you an opinion one way or another, but he'll explain what happens to the brain and what happens in these high catastrophic instances is that the habits that are ingrained, the training that's ingrained, takes over in these chaotic situations, and the historic training is applied and the newer training is discounted. And the evidence in this case is that the tasers were only available in the last 10 years, and this is a brand new taser, whereas by comparison, Ms. Potter has had 26 years of gun training. And an error can happen. We are in a human business. Police officers are human beings. And that's what occurred. At the conclusion of the case, I will rest and we'll get a chance to argue for what the facts show. And that will be an argument for your verdict of not guilty. Ms. Potter's good name has been besmirched by this allegation, which is not true, and by the press coverage, which has been slanted, and we seek to reclaim it. And reclaim it we will. And our request for you to find her not guilty will be well deserved.
All right, members of the jury, we're going to break for lunch, and we'll start up again at 1:30. Okay? So have a good lunch. Okay, is counsel ready for the jury? All right. Thank you, Deputy. Okay, please be seated. Members of the jury, at some point a firearm and taser will be brought into the courtroom and offered as evidence. Any weapon or taser will be secured in a way to ensure it can be safely handled. You should know that the firearm has been examined and will come into the courtroom unloaded and secured with a device that will be visible to you in the court. The firearm securing device will be such that it will be physically impossible to operate the firing mechanism of the firearm or put a bullet into the firearm. The firearm securing device will be locked and the key will be maintained by court staff. Is the state prepared to call its first witness?
We are, Your Honor. The state calls Katie Bryant.
Okay. Ms. Bryant, will you please come forward and stand next to me in front of the witness chair? Raise your right hand. Do you swear under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully testify in connection with this cause?
I do.
All right, please have a seat. And then you may remove your mask. All right, counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Could you state your name, please, and spell it for the record?
It's Katie, Katie, Ann, Ann, Bryant, Bryant.
All right, Ms. Bryant, a couple of things to keep in mind when you're testifying. The court reporter that's seated in front of me is taking down everything that's being said. So you have to answer with a yes or a no instead of shaking your head. And please don't say uh-huh or uh-uh. If you don't understand a question, please let the lawyer know. If an objection is made, please stop talking immediately and don't answer the question unless I tell you to, all right? And only one person can talk at a time. So wait until the question's finished before you answer.
Okay.
Right?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Bryant, could you tell me how old you are, please?
I am 43,
And what city do you live in?
Minneapolis,
How far did you go in school?
12th grade.
And are you currently employed?
I am.
What do you do for work?
I'm a retail manager.
And are you married?
I am.
And who are you married to?
To Aubrey Wright.
And do you have any children together?
We do.
And what are those? Well, tell me about the children you have together. Who are those children?
Daunte Wright, Diamond Wright, and Destiny Wright.
And could you tell me the ages of your children, please?
Diamond is 19 tomorrow, and Destiny is going to be 15 in January.
And your son Daunte Wright, is he deceased?
Yes.
What was Daunte's date of birth?
10/27/2000.
And that makes him your first child with Aubrey, is that right?
Yes.
Did he live with you up until the time of his death?
He did.
And who else lived with you?
Diamond and Destiny.
How old was your son Daunte when he died?
He was 20.
And what about his physical condition? Was he in good health?
Yes.
No health issues around the time of his death?
No.
Do you also have some children from a previous relationship?
I do.
And who are they?
Damick Bryant and Dallas Bryant.
And then does your husband have children from a prior relationship as well?
He does.
So how many kids are there in total between you and your husband, Aubrey?
7.
I'm just going to ask you this to get out of the way. Ms. Bryant, do you have a felony conviction for second-degree controlled substance possession?
I do.
I'm going to ask you some more questions about your family, and I'm going to ask you some questions about your son, Daunte Wright. All right?
Okay.
Maybe you could tell the jury a little bit about Daunte when he was a small child. Could you tell the jury about the kinds of things he liked to do for fun?
Yeah. Daunte, he loved basketball. He actually started playing at a very young age, all the way through high school. He was funny. He was a jokester. He liked to make everybody laugh. He had a smile that would light up a room. He was amazing. He was my son.
As he grew up, did he get various jobs as well?
He did.
What kind of work did he do?
He was in retail, and then he also worked some fast food.
Was there a place he was working shortly before he died?
He was at Taco Bell and Famous Footwear.
And Famous Footwear, did he work there with his dad?
He did.
And shortly before his death, was he planning to go back to school?
Yes, he actually enrolled in Summit Academy about 2 months before he was killed.
Maybe you could tell the jury what Summit Academy.
It's a. I'm not 100% sure what Summit Academy is, but I know that they do like masonry. It's like a program where they train you to be in a career. Carpentry, masonry, and I know there's some other programs that they offer.
Was he planning to pursue any particular career at that point?
He talked about carpentry, but wasn't set on it.
Now, your son, Daunte Wright, does he have children? Are there children that he has of his own?
He does. He has a 1-year-old son.
Okay. And what's his son's name?
Daunte Jr.
How old is Daunte Jr.?
He just turned 2 in July.
He turned 2 in July. When was he born?
He was born July 12th
Okay.
of 2019.
And who is Junior's mother?
Her name is China Whitaker.
Your Honor, at this point, I would plan to offer some Spark of Life photographs. I understand that there's no objection to foundation, but we would offer exhibits 3 and 4 at this time.
Is there any objection to 3 and 4 other than?
Other than a record.
Okay. Exhibits 3 and 4 will be admitted over defense objections.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I would ask for permission to publish Exhibit 3, please. May we publish?
Yes, Janine. Excuse me.
Ms. Bryant, there should be an image that you can see on your screen. And there, now it's published for the jury. Can you describe to me what's pictured, describe for the jury what's pictured here?
This picture was last July. And it was Daunte Jr.'s first birthday. We had a barbecue at China's house.
And is this a picture of your son Daunte with his son Daunte Jr.?
Yes.
Did your son Daunte have a close relationship with his son?
He did. Daunte Jr. was at our house often, at least 3 or 4 times a week, if not more.
And if we could publish Exhibit 4, please. Exhibit 4 is now on the screen. Could you describe for the jury the photo here, please?
This is when we took him out to eat at Teppanyaki Grill after Daunte Jr. was born. When Daunte Jr. was born, he was only 28 weeks. China was only 28 weeks along, and he was very premature. And he had to stay in the hospital for about 3 or 4 months. So that's when we took Daunte out for dinner to congratulate him on his son.
And did your son Daunte spend time at the hospital with Daunte Jr. while he was there?
He did. The bracelet that's on his hand is actually the hospital band to be able to get into the ICU unit, to be able to see Daunte Jr.
And you said that Daunte Jr. was in the hospital for 3 or 4 months. Was your son Daunte regularly at the hospital during that time period?
He was. He actually was able to feed him his first time with you'd have to feed him with a Q-tip. You would dip it in milk. So he was able to do that for his first feeding, and he visited often.
After Daunte Jr., was Daunte Jr. eventually released from the hospital?
He was.
Did your son Daunte continue his relationship with Daunte Jr.?
He did.
Tell the jury about that relationship, how you would see him and what they would do together.
He was very proud to be a father. He was also a worried dad just because he was premature about him sleeping, and because he did sleep a lot as a premature baby, and he was really worried about that. He would play with him. He would do everything that a father needs to do for his child. He was an amazing dad.
So, Ms. Bryant, and take your time, please, but I'm going to ask you some questions about April 11th of this year, okay? Could you tell the jury what you were doing that day?
I had Daunte Jr. He stayed the night, and it was just an average day. We woke up, he ate, he liked his favorite is the mini chocolate chip pancakes. And he was eating breakfast, watching Coco Melon, and it was time for his nap. That was around 12 something that afternoon.
And did you end up were you watching Daunte Jr. By yourself for part of that day?
Yes.
And then did you end up seeing your son Daunte later on in the day?
I did.
Could you describe that interaction for the jury, please?
Daunte came home in the afternoon, and I was laying Daunte Jr. down at the time. He knocked on the bedroom door, and he asked for $50 because he wanted to go get a car wash, and he said he needed gas. And I told him to be really quiet, take it out of my purse. So he took it out of the purse, he leaned over the bed, he gave Daunte Jr. a kiss goodbye, and I yelled at him again and told him, please don't wake him up, like I just got him to sleep. And then he left. I told him to make sure he locks the door on his way out.
So you indicated that your son Daunte Wright was on his way to get a car wash and had gotten some money from you for that. What was the car that your son Daunte Wright was driving?
A white 2011 Buick LaCrosse.
And was that Daunte's car?
Yes.
And how did that come to be?
It was one of our older vehicles. It was in my other son's name, but we ended up giving it to him as his first car, like 2 weeks before he was killed.
And when you say giving it to him, was he the only one who was driving the car in that 2-week period?
Yeah, he was the only one that had access, that he had a key to the car. It was his.
But was the car still registered to your other son?
It was still registered to my son Dallas.
I'm sorry, I missed the answer on that.
Yes, it was still registered to Dallas.
And what about the insurance on that car?
We did not transfer over insurance yet, so we were going to add it to our current insurance policy.
But that hadn't been done yet?
No.
On April 11th, did you go into that car, have any interaction with Daunte in that car?
No, I did not.
And had you been in that car or driven that car, used that car in that 2-week period prior?
No, I have not.
Okay. So getting back to April 11th, after Daunte, your son Daunte Wright, took money to get a car wash, what happened after that?
He called probably about 10 minutes after he left the house, and he asked me what car wash we usually go to, because we have a specific car wash that we go to in Fridley off of University. And I told him that, and he was like, well, isn't there one in Brooklyn Park? And I said, well, yeah, I think it's Mr. Car Wash. And he said he was going to go to that car wash. And I said, okay, don't call back again, because I was really adamant about Junior not waking up.
And is Junior what you call Daunte's son, Daunte Jr.?
Yes, Daunte Jr.
And was your concern just not waking up Junior?
Yes, not waking Junior up.
So after that call where you discussed which car wash to go to, was there a second call after that?
There was.
And about how much later was that?
Oh my gosh, maybe 10, 15 minutes later.
And what was the nature of that second call?
He called me to tell me that he has been pulled over. And I asked him, I said, for what? And he said that the police officer said that he had an air freshener hanging from his rearview mirror. So at that time I told him, I said, well, you should take it down. And he said he already did. And then he said that they were also asking about insurance information. And I told him to, when the police officer gets back to the window, to please hand him the phone so I could explain the insurance and give him my insurance policy, that we haven't added it yet.
When you talked to your son, Daunte, how did he sound to you during that call?
He sounded nervous, scared. He asked, if he was in trouble. I said, no, you haven't done anything wrong. And he just sounded really nervous. But I reassured him that it would be okay.
Take your time. When he placed these calls to you, how were you receiving these calls? Was it through a cell phone network or some other way?
It was through Facebook Messenger. It was voice calls. He didn't have phone service at the time, so he was calling through Facebook Messenger.
And so after you had this initial conversation with your son, Daunte, about wanting to talk to the officers, what happened after that?
I heard the police officer come back up to the window and he asked Daunte to step out of the vehicle. And Daunte asked, for what? Am I in trouble? And I heard the officer say, I need you to just put the phone down, step out of the vehicle, and I'll let you know as soon as you step out of the vehicle. And then at that time, I heard the phone either being placed on an object, whether it was dropped on the floor or placed on the dash, I'm not sure, but I could hear the phone being put down. And then I heard I heard the officer telling Daunte, no. And I heard Daunte say, no, I'm not. Don't. It sounded like he said, don't run. Daunte said, no, I'm not. And then I heard them say, somebody tell somebody to hang up the phone. And then that's all I heard.
Did the phone disconnect at
It
that point?
did.
After the phone disconnected, then you heard what you described. What happened next?
I was panicked. I called back. It seemed like 100 times, but I believe it was probably maybe 4 or 5 times, and I kept calling. So finally, I FaceTimed. I would say I don't know how much time lasts, maybe a minute or two. And then a female answered the phone because it was FaceTime. And she was screaming. And I was like, what's wrong? And she said that they shot him. And she faced the phone towards the driver's seat. And my son was laying there. He was unresponsive, and he looked dead. And then I heard somebody say, hang up the phone again. And it disconnected again.
So after that phone call disconnected, or you said it was a video call at that point, so you got to see your son Daunte. What did you do after that video call?
I grabbed my grandson and I called my husband because he wasn't home. I said they just shot Daunte. And he said, what? And he said that they just shot him. And I said they just shot him. The police officer just shot Daunte. They have no clue where they are. And I hung up with him. And then I called 911 because I needed to find out where my son was.
And did you, in fact, make that call to 911?
I did.
What did you learn when you made that call?
They transferred me to a few different police stations. I said my son was just shot by a police officer and I need to know where he is. And they transferred me to, I think it was Brooklyn Park or Brooklyn Center. I don't remember which police station or which 911 operator answered, but they gave me an address of 63rd and Catherine. And I put it in my GPS, and I grabbed my grandson, and I got into my vehicle, and my neighbors heard me screaming because I like fell to the ground because I didn't know what to do. So she helped me up. She put us into the vehicle, and then she drove us to 63rd and Catherine in Brooklyn Center.
A neighbor who drove you and Daunte Jr.?
Yes.
And about how long did it take for you to get to that location?
Oh, it seemed like forever. I felt like we weren't getting there fast enough, but probably 7-8 minutes, maybe a little bit longer.
And is that where you went to that location at 63rd and Catherine?
Yes.
And what did you see when you got there?
So we were driving down Brooklyn Boulevard, coming up to 63rd, and there was a lot of traffic, a lot. So I got out of the car because I could see, when we were waiting to turn, I could see all the police lights probably about 6 blocks down. And I got out of the car and I started running towards Catherine because the traffic wasn't moving fast enough. And then the car that I was in ended up catching up with me, and I got back in for another 2 blocks. And then I got out again and ran the last 2 blocks to where all the yellow tape was. And then I went under the yellow tape because I seen a car crash, and I noticed it was my son's car. And then in the front of his car is where he was laid.
Did you see your son's body on the ground?
I did.
So what did you do when you got to that area?
I was so distraught. I didn't know what was happening. I just got off the phone and they said he shot him, but I seen a car crash. I was asking questions. I didn't want to believe that that was my son laying there on the ground, but I could tell it was him because of his tennis shoes.
And when you say you could tell it was him because of his tennis shoes, was it only part of his body that was visible to you?
They had a white sheet over him.
But you recognized his shoes?
Yeah.
Your Honor, at this time I would offer Exhibit 6. Again, I understand that there's no foundational objection to that exhibit.
And what is Exhibit 6?
It's a video of Ms. Bryant arriving on scene.
All right. Is there no objection? Exhibit 6 will be admitted into evidence, and you may publish, counsel.
Thank you.
Hi. Touch me, I swear, fuck you. You're my father. No. I don't know anything. Who are you? I am Katie Bryant, his mom. I want to see you now. Please. Wait, he's over 20.
I don't know what's going on.
I know what's going on.
What happened?
He FaceTime live. Ma'am, I'm going to get you somebody to talk to. I'm going to get you someone to talk to. Okay? But I just can't have you going over there right now, okay?
Ma'am, my name is Mark. My name is Mark. What is your name? Can I have you sit on the ledge here?
You guys shot him. Why?
I don't know. I wasn't here.
Why? Because he had a warrant? Are you fucking serious? I was here. I watched it.
Can you just sit down? Tell me what's going on, because I wasn't here.
No. Where's the girl that was in the car with him? You guys made her hang up Facebook Live so you can kill my son. That's pretty pathetic. What is your name? What is your name? Okay, right, you guys already know that. I don't. Katie Brian. It was a high-speed chase? Brian? How? And then what's your son's name? Daunte Wright. It was not a high-speed chase. You guys shot him in a pullover traffic. I didn't do anything, ma'am. Yeah, you did. He was laying in his front seat dead. His girlfriend Facebooked me. How did his car get smashed? What's his name again? Daunte Wright. Wright? Is it W-R-I-G-H-T? W-I-G-H-T. Okay. Is it Katie? Yeah. Bryant. Yeah. All right. Just wait a second here, ma'am.
I need you to just sit down, please.
Ma'am?
Please sit down. Okay, so I wasn't here. You said there was a traffic stop and they shot
They
him?
pulled him over, and he said non-verbal warrant. I said, I don't know. They asked him to get out of the car. He got out of the car, and they said, wait, stop. They said, stop. And then she goes, and then they shot him, and he fell back in the seat. And he was in the driver's seat. And she said, they shot him. And I said, what do you mean they shot him? She said, yeah. And then they told her to hang up, and that was it. I don't know nothing else. So I had to call you guys to find out where this happened.
I really don't know more because I just came because I heard there was trouble.
Why is my car smashed up?
I don't know.
I don't know.
This deputy here we weren't here, but...
I'm Is he alive? I do not know the condition. I don't know. Are you guys serious? What are you talking to me for then?
I'm going to find out.
We're going to find out, but we have to wait and find out who's involved and who's in charge and get you in contact with the people that know what's going on.
So I can tell them who I'm talking to.
I'm going to start exchanging.
We are also trying to figure out what's going on.
Stop. Thank you. Ms. Bryant, I know that was tough to watch. Can you just describe for the jury what you were feeling when you arrived on scene?
I was praying that that wasn't him laying on the ground. that it was the person in the other car, and that he was in the back of a cop car. I was so confused, angry, scared. It was the worst day of my life, and
You said that you were praying that it wasn't him, but in your heart, having recognized those shoes, did you feel like you knew?
I knew, but I didn't want to know. I was biting the insides of my cheeks. I still have scars on the insides of my cheeks because I thought it was a dream. And if I bit the insides of my cheeks, that I would wake up. But I didn't wake up.
You know, in the video you described that you were there and that you watched it. What did you mean by that?
That when I FaceTimed back while I was on the phone prior, so I heard the conversation between the officer and Daunte before he had to get out of the car, and that after, when I FaceTimed the female that was in the car, I could see what happened, and she said what happened, that she was shot by the police officer that was there at the time.
That he was shot, your son Daunte?
My son Daunte was shot, yes.
And you had mentioned, I think, Facebook Live, but is that video call, the FaceTime or video messenger call that you are describing?
Yes, Messenger Live.
Okay. About how long did you stay in that area after this?
Hours, 8, 9 hours. I felt like I couldn't leave until because I begged them to take his body off the ground. I didn't want to leave until he left.
At some point, did your husband join you as well?
He did.
And did someone come to pick up Daunte Jr., your grandson who was with you?
Yes, China ended up coming to get him.
You said that you waited on scene until they removed your son Daunte's body. Were you ever given an opportunity to approach or see him close up on that day?
No, I wasn't.
Excuse me, I objected. That's not relevant.
The objection is overruled. You may answer.
No, I wasn't able to approach him at all.
And what was going through your head while you were waiting for all those hours?
That I wanted to go comfort my baby. I wanted to hold him. That I wanted to protect him, because that's what mothers do. You protect your children. You make sure that they're safe.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further. May we have a brief sidebar?
Yes. Okay, Mr. Gray?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mrs. Bryant. I have a few questions. With respect to the automobile, the Buick, it was in Dallas's name, is that right?
Yes.
And how long had it been in Dallas's name?
For a few years since we've owned it.
Now, remember how many years we owned it? Would that be you?
Well, yes. I drove it in the beginning, like years ago when we purchased it.
Okay.
But my son ended up putting it in his name after that.
And how old is Dallas?
Dallas is 24.
All right, so he'd be 3-4 years older than your son?
Yes.
And you testified that you're close to your son, is that right?
I'm close to all my children, yes.
Okay, but you also testified that you're close to your son, correct?
Yes.
All right. And at that time, did you have car insurance on this Buick?
We did not.
All right. And with respect to your son, Daunte, did you know whether or not he had a driver's license?
I did know that he did not have a driver's license.
You knew he didn't have one, correct?
Yes. Yep.
And you knew his license was suspended, correct?
I did not know that.
Well, did he ever have a driver's license?
No.
So he's 20 years old with no driver's license. Fair statement?
Yep.
And were you also aware of his marijuana usage?
I was not.
Did you ever go inside the Buick while he had it parked at your house?
I did not.
And did you know that he had a warrant for his arrest?
I did not.
How did you know when you ran up to the police that he had a warrant? You said, my son was shot for a warrant.
Because that's what somebody on the side of the street said when I was running up to them.
You know who said that?
I don't know. There's a lot of people out there that day.
And you testified that Daunte was staying at your house?
He was.
The 2 weeks prior to his death, was he staying there every night?
Not every night.
And how many nights of the 2 weeks before that did he actually stay at your house?
If I had to give an estimate, probably 4 or 5 nights out of the week.
And with respect to his girlfriend, how long was he dating her, did you know?
Only for a few weeks.
A week?
A few weeks.
Or 2 weeks? Or was it a few weeks?
To give an estimate, a few. I'm not sure.
Did you ever meet her?
I did not personally meet her, no.
And when he arrived at your house that day, he wanted $50 for gas and a car wash, correct?
Correct.
And she did not come into the house with him, correct?
She did not.
You gave a statement to law enforcement on April 15th, 2021. Do you remember that?
I do.
And have you reviewed that statement before you came to testify today?
I did.
And it is true, is it not, that when you went to that statement, you had 3 lawyers, or 2 lawyers at least, actually 3 lawyers, that represented you at the time. Is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Outside the scope and irrelevant.
Okay, sidebar, please. Okay, any objection is overruled.
On April 15, 2021, Ms. Bryant, you were interviewed by law enforcement, and you had an attorney named Jeff Storms representing you, correct?
Correct.
And you had an attorney named Adam Marceline with the Ben Crump law firm, is that right?
Yes.
And you had another attorney, Christopher Scott, with Newmark and Storms, is that right?
Yes.
And those are the three lawyers that were representing you back then?
Yes.
And you were contemplating a civil lawsuit?
Yes.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Is there anything else?
Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you. You may step down. The state may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Officer Anthony Lucky.
We might just need one moment for the witness, Your Honor.
He is on his way down. So.
Please come forward and stand behind the witness chair. Do you swear under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully respond to questions?
I do.
Please have a seat. And officer, you may remove your mask and state your full name and spell it.
Yep, first name will be Anthony Troy Lucky, Anthony. Middle name Troy. Last name Luckey.
Just a couple reminders. Only one person can talk at a time. Wait until the question's finished before you answer. If an objection is made, stop talking immediately and don't answer the question unless I tell you to. Okay, if you don't understand the question, ask for clarification. All right?
Yes.
And yes or no answers, please, instead of shaking your head.
Yes.
Counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, officer. The cautions the judge just gave you, if you catch me trying to correct you, that's just why, so we can get all your testimony down, okay?
Should I ask you to spell your full name?
Yes, you did.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Obviously, you're dressed in uniform today. Can you tell the jurors what you do for a living?
So, for a living, I am a police officer with the Brooklyn Center Police Department, and I've been employed there since February 2021.
And was it your first job as a police officer?
My first employment as a police officer, it will be technically my third employment as a police officer.
So how long have you worked as a police officer altogether?
Altogether, it would be about a total of 3 years.
And we'll come back to that and cover that a little bit more, but I want to back up a little bit. How old are you today?
I am 31 years old.
And can you tell the jurors, just not address, but the town where you grew up?
I grew up in Brooklyn Park, Minnesota.
And you now work Brooklyn Center, correct?
Brooklyn Park, Brooklyn Center, both the same areas. So yeah.
The cities share a border even, right?
Correct.
And where did you go to high school at?
I attended Park Center Senior High School.
And is that kind of a shared with Brooklyn Park and Brooklyn Center?
There is a Brooklyn Center High School, and there is a Brooklyn Park High School. So some people who did live in Brooklyn Center also attended Park Center High School as well. So,
when did you first start thinking about becoming a police officer?
I thought about becoming a police officer when I was about 7, 8 years old, living in the city of Brooklyn Park.
And why? What made you start thinking about it?
For me, it was just living in the community, seeing how crime was going on in Brooklyn Park, seeing how officers for the Brooklyn Park Police Department responded to calls and helped the community. So for me, it was always a calling, wanting to help other people, wanted to do good in the world.
And you could do that by being a police officer?
Yes.
And so what was your first experience working with the police department?
My first experience would have been with a smaller agency up north in Mille Lacs County, Band of Ojibwe Police Department. Very fast-paced, good agency. Fortunate for me, I moved on.
Let me back you up just a little bit, because I was going to go even farther back than that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because you didn't work for the law enforcement agency, but volunteered, right? You were an explorer.
Oh, correct. Yes.
Okay.
Going backwards, yes. Growing up when I was 15, I started as a police explorer with the Brooklyn Center Police Department, and I continued to do that until I was 18 in 2008.
And so when you were an explorer, what kinds of things did you do?
So as an explorer, it's kind of like a youth program where it is a youth program where you learn the basic ways of being in law enforcement. So you learn what it is like doing the job. You compete in competitions such as crime scene investigations, traffic stops, and so on. So every year you would do a competition. Back in the day it was Breezy Point Resort up north in Minnesota. And you would compete against other agencies as well.
Did you enjoy it?
I did, yes.
Did it make you want to be a police officer more or less?
Yes, it gave me the wanting to drive to continue my career and to continue becoming a police officer.
While you were an explorer for the Brooklyn Center Police Department, did you get to know Kim Potter?
Yes, I did.
How so?
I did see Officer Potter around in the building when we would have monthly meetings. There were times that I would see her coming into our meetings every now and then. I would see her in passing while we're doing trainings and stuff like that.
So you knew who she was?
Yes.
And were there ever, did you have much involvement with her, or was it just seeing her around?
It was obviously, getting to know the officers in the agency. A lot of the officers, commanders, chiefs that are currently there were present when I was an explorer. So coming and passing and, saying hi, a lot of them would come and introduce themselves. Even some would help out with police explorers as well, being role players.
And did you recall whether Officer Potter at the time did that?
I don't recall specifically with Officer Potter, but I do just recall seeing her a lot around at the agency.
So that's while you were a teenager, correct?
Correct, yes.
So then, I assume at some point you graduated from high school, correct?
Yes, 2008.
And tell us then, what was your next step in education to be a police officer?
So my next step was to go to college, which I did. I attended Alexandria Technical College for a year, which was up north. I decided to move back down to the cities, where I continued classes at North Hennepin Technical College, and then I transferred over to Rasmussen College, where I completed my degree in law enforcement and also did classes for a 4-year degree as well.
And so you have to help us here. Do you end up with a 2-year degree or a 4-year degree? How does that work?
I did complete my 2-year degree.
Okay. And that's all that's required, at least by Brooklyn Center at the time, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And so that's what you needed to do for your education to be a police officer?
Yes.
And also a skills program that you have to do to be a peace officer?
Yes. So when you do your 2-year degree or your 4, there is a skills program that you do go through, and that is more of the not necessarily the book work, but it's the hands-on work. So firearms training, use of force, crime scene investigations, the more of the fun stuff. You go to driving school, etc.
And so then the next, I think you started telling us earlier, the first job you got in law enforcement was where?
So the first job I was ever hired with was Mille Lacs Tribal Police Department, Band of Ojibwe, and that was up north in Minnesota.
And how long did you work there?
I was employed there for a total of 3 months.
And did you do a field training officer program there?
Yes, I did have a field training program there as well.
Since you're the first officer to take the stand in the case, could you just explain for the jurors basically what a field training officer program is?
Yes. So a field training program, initially when you are hired with the police department in the state of Minnesota, you go through a program of working with a officer. Typically there's 4 phases. Your first phase is basically learning on a ride-along, learning how they do, traffic stops, how they handle calls, how they deal with people, sort of getting a feel for the geography and the basics of starting on the road. It's basically getting you ready to be able to work in that city's environment, if that makes sense. Gradually down the road, moving on through these phases, you get switched different field training officers that will give you an understanding of how they do things differently and their experiences as well. And with that, moving on through the field training phases, you are expected to be able to show and prove that you can do the job on your own.
And so at some point you left the Mille Lacs Tribal Police Department, correct?
Yes.
And why was that?
Due to an issue with my training with geography, I was let go.
Okay. So and by geography you mean learning the jurisdiction?
Correct, yes.
When you get a call to a place, you got to know where to go.
Correct, yes, which is important.
Yep. And so then where did you work after that?
So after that, I was hired with the city of Gaylord in Sibley County, July of 2019, where I went through the same field training program and stayed there until February of 2021.
Okay. And how big is the city of Gaylord when you were working there?
The city of Gaylord is about 3,500 people.
And so with the Gaylord Police Department, did you go through a field training officer program there as well?
Yes.
And did you complete that program there?
Yes.
And then you mentioned in February of this year that you changed jobs, correct?
Correct, yes.
And so where did you go in February of this year?
February of this year, 2021, I applied for the Brooklyn Center Police Department, which was the agency where I've always wanted to work. I went through the hiring process, background process, psych evaluation, and a physical agility test, and got hired with Brooklyn Center Police Department, I believe February 16th of 2021.
Why did you want to apply at the Brooklyn Center Police Department?
For me, it's personal. The reason why with Brooklyn Center Police Department and the city itself is just because I grew up there. All all my life. I know the type of, the community, the people that live in that community, the streets of Brooklyn Center, Brooklyn Park. It's basically being home.
Did you think you could succeed as a police officer there?
Yes.
And you're still currently employed there, correct?
Yes, I am currently employed.
Now, you are licensed as a police officer in Minnesota?
Yes.
And again, since you're kind of the first police officer, can you just describe, what is the licensing authority for police officers?
You mean the Minnesota Post Board? Is that what you're referring to?
Yep. Who do you get your license from?
Yep. When you are licensed as a police officer, you are licensed with the Minnesota Police Boards Association, which is the Minnesota Post Board, which is our licensing center, or our licensing issuers basically in the state of Minnesota.
And so POST, I think, means Peace Officer Standards and Training, right?
Correct.
And so you have to apply there to get your license, meet certain requirements before they can give you a license, correct?
Yes.
And when did you first obtain your police officer license in Minnesota?
My first obtaining of a license was January of 2018.
And you've kept that license ever since?
No. The license did go inactive. So every time you move an agency, my license was activated the January of 2018. Moved over to transferred to Gaylord Police Department, where it was then reactivated, and then I was having my license held through that agency.
So all the time you've been working as a police officer, you've had an active post license?
Yes.
All right. And when you worked at the Gaylord Police Department, did they provide training to you?
Yes.
And did you carry a taser there?
Yes.
And did you get certified to carry the taser before carrying it?
Yes.
And do you recall what model taser you used when you were at Gaylord?
At the City of Gaylord Police Department, it was, I believe, the X26P.
And when you went to the Brooklyn Center Police Department, did you get a taser to carry there when you started?
Yes.
And at some point, did the Brooklyn Center Police Department change models of taser?
Yes, at one point they did. When I started, it was X26P.
And what did they change to?
And then we transitioned to the Taser 7.
And when you were at Brooklyn Center, did you have to do some training for the Taser 7?
Yes.
Do you recall when that training was?
Not the exact date. I do want to say it was the first week of May. I believe probably May 3rd or May 7th.
Okay. Do you think it was March?
Sorry, yeah, March. Sorry, yeah, March.
Yeah.
March 3rd would be actually the exact date.
Okay. And did you also get training like on the use of force with Gaylord?
Yes.
And the use of force with Brooklyn Center as well?
Yes.
And did that training, through that training, were you taught about different ways to, or places to wear the taser?
Yes.
When you came to Brooklyn Center, was there already a policy in place about where to carry your taser?
Yes.
And what was that policy?
The policy was opposite side of your duty firearm.
So if you have your duty firearm on your right side, you had to carry your taser on the left side.
Yes.
And why was that there was a rule about that?
For Taser's policy and our policy, it's so that way officers do not get their firearms confused with their tasers.
And when you were wearing your taser for the Brooklyn Center Police Department, you wore it on the other side, correct?
Yes.
Did you use a straight draw or a cross draw? Do you know what I mean?
When I first started, I used a cross draw.
And what does that mean? Can you describe that for the jurors, please?
Yes, so a cross draw is I'm a right-handed person. I carry my Glock 17 on my right side. So when I go for my taser, to grab my taser, I reach across my waist on the other side of my belt, and I am able to grab my taser with my right hand, which would be my dominant hand.
And so if you were to grab it with the other hand, what kind of draw is that called?
And if I use the opposite hand, it would be a reaction side straight draw.
And are you still wearing it that way?
I currently am wearing a straight draw with my reaction side.
So you've switched?
Well, yeah, yes, with my reaction side hand.
Why did you switch?
For me, that's just how I train with, is to just use my taser with my left hand only instead of my dominant hand.
So for some time you wore it as a cross draw, right?
Yes.
And then at some point you switched to a straight draw.
Correct.
And why did you, I'm not sure I'm clear about why you switched at that point to a straight draw.
Yeah, so initially when I did start at Brooklyn Center Police Department, I do believe there was a straight draw holster offered to me. Down the road, I didn't prefer to have a cross draw, so I requested it to obtain a straight draw holster, but it was not available. So when we transitioned to the Taser 7, I made sure to stick with using a cross draw holster instead on my left side.
When you went to the Taser 7, you requested a straight draw or a cross draw?
Straight draw holster, yes.
So that's where the switch occurred?
Yes.
All right. Sorry if they beat that, but wanted to make sure I understood. And when you were working at Gaylord Police Department, did you ever have to draw your taser?
Yes.
And what about at Brooklyn Center? Did you ever draw your taser while you were working at Brooklyn Center?
Yes.
And have you ever actually fired a taser?
No.
When you were working both in Gaylord and for Brooklyn Center, and part of the training that you went through on your taser, did you have to perform draws of the taser?
Yes.
Can you describe that for the jurors, please?
The use of force training that we do with Brooklyn Center Police Department is when we go through the taser training, we go through a PowerPoint for a period or amount of time, and then we do hands-on training with the tasers that we carry on duty. So with that being said, we do get some targets. We practice deploying cartridges at these targets, aiming for the target areas. Sometimes, or not sometimes, when I first initially started, it was, doing a little bit of running, jumping, getting the blood pumping, and then deploying this taser at the target.
What's the point of making you run and jump and get the blood flowing?
Just to get the body used to and trained with being under stress while taking out your taser and deploying it.
And you did that training, did you say, at Brooklyn Center?
Yes.
So when you came to Brooklyn Center, you started a field training program there, correct?
Yes.
Did you also have to do some training separate from the other officers because you were new?
Yes, and that would have been pre-service training.
Okay. And is that where you did this type of taser training?
Yes.
And do you understand now as a Brooklyn Center police officer that type of training where they get you to think under pressure is something that all officers go through?
That is something that all officers should go through and do, yes.
And was that true when you were at Gaylord as well?
We did do the same type of taser training. I do not believe we did any agility, running or jumping.
I want to turn specifically to now April 11th of 2021. Were you working that day?
Yes.
And what was your shift that day?
So my shift on April 11th was a day shift. I was still on in my field training program, and I was working with Officer Potter at the time.
And You recall what your shift was?
My shift was the day shift, which I was working a 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
And do you recall what day of the week that was?
That would have been a Sunday.
And so you were working, well, let me ask you this way. Were you still in the FTO program with Brooklyn Center at the time?
Yes.
You talked earlier about some phases of the FTO program.
Yes.
Do you recall on April 11th where in that process you were?
I was in phase 2, which would have been the second month.
So is it phase 2 of how many?
Typically it's 14 shifts. On that day, I believe it was either my 4th or 5th shift on my second phase.
Okay, so how many phases though are there?
There are 4 total.
Okay.
You can get extended, but there's 4.
So you were early part of the second of 4 phases.
Yes.
And so at that point in the process, what are your responsibilities as the trainee, versus the trainer? Explain that for the jury, what that relationship is supposed to be at that stage.
Mm-hmm. So second phase is typically you're progressed from the first phase. So it's percentage-wise, I'd have to say you're not necessarily doing 50% of the work, but you're doing about 30% of the work. You are involving yourself with talking to people on these calls that you're going to, doing some of the paperwork that you're assigned to do on the calls. So.
And what's the role of the FTO then at that time, the trainer?
Yep, and the role of the field training officer at that time is typically the same as it always is, which is to instruct you, read over your work, monitor you, make sure they're grading pretty much your errors and your the things that you do well in. So.
And you indicated that Kim Potter was your FTO that day?
Yes.
Had you worked with her as an FTO before that day?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately how many times?
I would say about 4 times. I believe it would have been my 5th shift. I don't recall, but it could have been 4 shifts prior.
And so then they're with you that entire day, correct?
Yes.
And then at the end of the day, they write up a report on how it went that day, correct?
Yes.
And at some point, that feedback gets to a supervisor who's overlooking your FTO program, correct?
Yes.
And so all those shifts are 12-hour shifts?
Yes.
Makes for a long day, doesn't it? And when you're in that FTO program, is there something you refer to as a book or some goals you have to meet?
Yes. So trainees that are on the field training program have a book, binder, some might call it the Bible, and there are a set of training tasks in there that you are expected to have completed on each phase. First phase could be as simple as writing a traffic citation, writing a report, and then the second phase is more into investigations possibly. So
prior to that day, in your work at Gaylord and at Brooklyn Center, had you made stops of vehicles before?
Yes.
Had you made arrests before?
Yes.
Had you taken people into custody who had warrants before?
Yes.
And had you done that at Brooklyn Center during the FTO process? Those things?
Yes.
And so this day, that's what you set out to do with Mr. Wright, correct? To arrest him?
Yes.
So this wasn't the first time that you had arrested somebody, certainly?
No.
And at some point, as I mentioned, you did stop a vehicle being driven by a person you later identified as Daunte Wright, correct?
Yes.
And did you know Mr. Wright?
No.
Did you know anybody he was related to, or any family members, anything like that?
No.
All right. So if you go ahead and just tell the jurors, when you first encountered this vehicle, what drew your attention?
Yep, so when I first encountered this vehicle, myself and Officer Potter were traveling southbound on Zane Avenue, coming up to the intersection of 63rd Avenue North. I was approaching the intersection, which was a stoplight, and it was a red light. In front of me was a white Buick that had its right blinker on in the left turning lane. For a brief second, stopped, waited, and then it went. It turned eastbound on 63rd Avenue North.
So if I could just interrupt for just a second, it's in the left turn lane with the right blinker on, and you said just for a second, or what happened?
Yes, for a brief moment, it was a hesitation with making the left turn.
Okay. But did it then make the left turn?
Yes.
And what did you do?
After that, I continued following the vehicle, immediately ran the registration of the license plate, which brings back the owner's information, the registered owner's information. I also, when I ran the plate, I could see that the vehicle had expired registration tabs on the plate as well, which I believe came back from January 2021.
So just a quick tutorial on this. As you're following it, you're able to enter the license plate in a computer and get more information on that plate?
Yes, I used my computer, which is in our squad cars. I was able to use a program that is connected through the state where I am able to run that license plate and get that information from about the registered owner and pretty much any information that's related to that vehicle.
And when you ran that registration, what did you find out about the plate?
The plate was had expired registration.
And did you learn the vehicle owner's name?
Yes, it came back to a Dallas.
Do you remember the last name?
I don't recall. I do remember there was a Bryant in there. I don't know if that was the last name or the middle name.
And after this incident, did you write a report about it?
Yes, I did.
And if that report contained the name that you learned from that, would it refresh your recollection to look briefly at your report?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? I'm not sure how we're going to do this, but for the purpose of refreshing his recollection.
Yes.
D'Amico.
So, Officer Lucky, having reviewed your report, does that refresh your recollection about the owner's name that you learned at that time?
Yes.
And what was it?
Dallas D'Amico Bryant.
So Bryant was the last name?
Yes.
Okay. Then, while you were doing this, where were you in the squad car?
I was the officer driving that entire day, while Officer Potter was in the front passenger seat.
Okay. So as you're running that information, she's there next to you?
Yes.
And so then did you continue to follow the vehicle?
Yes, eastbound on 63rd Avenue.
Did you observe anything else significant to you at that time as a police officer about the vehicle?
Yes, I did observe that there was a air freshener hanging from the rearview mirror as well.
Okay. And why is that significant to a police officer? Is that really a violation of the law?
Technically, yes, it is.
Okay. A fairly common violation of the law to have things hanging from a rearview mirror?
It's a common violation of the law, yes.
I suspect there's a lot of people right now thinking, I didn't know that was against the law, right?
Maybe.
Fairly common to see.
It's, yes.
And so then what did you decide to do?
So after running the license plate, observing the expired registration tabs, knowing the information that I seen with the left turn, with the right blinker on, I decided to radio over to the Hennepin County Dispatch, which notifies them that I am going to initiate a traffic stop of that vehicle, which at that time I turned on my emergency traffic lights on my squad car, which signals the individual driving around me or in front of me, behind me, that they are emergency lights, which are red and blue.
And that's what you do to make a formal stop of a vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And so you said you notified Hennepin Dispatch. Can you just explain why a Brooklyn Center police officer calls Hennepin County Dispatch?
In Hennepin County, we do have dispatchers that we relay information to, and they relay information back to us. So when we make traffic stops, there's possibilities that things can go wrong, and it's important that dispatch knows what's going on and that they're aware that we're having contact with people on traffic stops around the street.
So that's your main dispatcher with Hennepin County?
Yes.
And did you also use a separate means to notify other Brooklyn Center officers?
Yes, I did. I also turned to our second channel, which is a channel that Brooklyn Center Police Department uses, which is an car-to-car channel. Only us officers for Brooklyn Center Police Department can monitor that channel. So after I made my initial contact with the Hennepin County Dispatch over Channel 1, I switched over to Channel 2 and requested that another officer come to assist me on my traffic stop.
And why did you want another officer to come and assist?
Given just what I knew from what I observed and my intuition, I just decided to have an officer assist me on the traffic stop.
When you're working as an officer, and you are conducting a traffic stop, or you hear another officer conducting a traffic stop, is it common to just swing by anyway or offer backup anyway?
Yes, I do. Generally, if someone's making a traffic stop, I generally try to, I may not necessarily go to their traffic stop, but I do float that way, which is drive to their area in case anything does happen.
But here you specifically requested it, correct?
Yes.
At the time, did you know how many occupants there were in the vehicle?
Yes, I can only see that there were 2 occupants in the vehicle, one in the driver's seat and one in the front passenger seat.
When you send that request out, do you get any response? Anybody tell you they were going to respond?
Yes. When I sent the response out over Channel 2, Sergeant Johnson responded back on the radio stating that he was en route.
Now you mentioned Sergeant Johnson. Does he have some supervisory role for you that day?
Yes, he was the sergeant on shift that day.
So you're working with an FTO, but there's also a sergeant working that day.
Yes.
Right? So is Sergeant Johnson, in that sense, a supervisor for you?
Yes, he is a supervisor.
He responded that he was going to back you up?
Yes.
Did he indicate when that would be?
I don't recall. I just know that he said that he would be en route.
Okay. And did the vehicle then in fact stop?
Yep. So when I initiated my traffic lights, I observed the vehicle slowly stopping in front. Well, it actually made a complete stop in front of a driveway to a church on 63rd Avenue North. At that time, I got on my PA, which is a microphone. Basically, you speak through it, and people can hear you outside the vehicle. I gave a command over the PA to move forward due to the fact that there was a vehicle trying to exit that parking driveway where he stopped at.
Your Honor, at this time I'm going to offer Exhibit 1, which is an overhead photograph of the scene. I understand the defense is not going to have an objection, but we will
Exhibit 1 will be admitted into evidence. And you may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I'm going to put Exhibit 1, my trusty coworker is going to put Exhibit 1 up here on the screen for you. Do you see that in front of you?
Yes.
And do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
And what area is that?
This is the area of 63rd and Orchard Lane or Orchard Avenue where the incident took place.
Now, obviously this photograph was not taken on April 11th because there are actually leaves on the trees and green grass, right?
Yes.
But otherwise this depicts the layout of that area, the roads, the streets in that area?
Yes.
Now, there should be right in front of you, I hope, one of these little styluses.
Mm-hmm.
And if it would help explain to the jury, you can use the stylus to actually write on the screen as you're explaining. But if you could please, for the jury, point out which street here is 63rd Avenue.
Yes, so this street will be 63rd Avenue North.
And what directions does that street run?
Travels east and west.
And is that kind of a busy street in the area?
Yes, it is.
And why is that?
It's a main road. 63rd will take you east pretty much through Brooklyn Center, half of Brooklyn Center, and then it'll travel all the way west, going to Crystal, pretty much to 81.
And so there is on there well, you drew a line on here. Can you just describe for the jurors which direction is east and which is west?
Correct. So east, and then we're going to have west.
Got it. So you were traveling east behind this vehicle on 63rd, correct?
Correct, yes.
And if you could, for the jurors, indicate where the vehicle first pulled up and had this problem of blocking the driveway.
So the initial stop of the white Buick would have been the entrance right there, and eventually I got on my PA and he made his second stop right there.
And so you directed him to move up, and he in fact did that?
Yes.
And once you stopped behind him at that location, you'll notice on here, just above your little smaller red X, there's a blue box with an X in it. Is that the approximate location of the final stop?
Yes.
Okay. So then once the vehicles came to a stop, what did you do?
Vehicle came to a complete stop. At this time, I exited the vehicle, or exited my squad car, and approached the vehicle on the driver's side door.
And where was Officer Potter while you were doing that?
I believe Officer Potter was still stationed inside the squad car.
Okay. And did you then have a conversation with the driver?
Yes.
And was the window open? Did the driver open the window?
Yes.
And when you approached, what happened next?
When I approached the window, I requested a driver's license and proof of insurance from the driver who I identified as Daunte Wright. Also, while speaking with him, immediately I observed, well, first, before that even got to that point, I explained to him the reason for the stop, which was for the air freshener, and then I also began asking him about the expired tabs.
And what did he indicate to you about the expired tabs?
He stated that the vehicle belonged to his brother and that he just bought the vehicle from his brother, I believe.
Did he give you his brother's name?
What was that?
Did he tell you his brother's name?
Yes.
What was the name?
Eventually, he said it was Dallas. Dallas D'Amico Bryant.
So it matched with what you had learned by running the plate?
Yes.
Okay. When you approached the vehicle, did you see then how many people were in the car?
Yes.
How many people were in the car?
2.
So we know you're talking with a male driver. That person subsequently, you got identified as Daunte Wright, correct?
Yes.
Who else was in the car? Or if you just describe that person.
There was also a female in the front passenger seat, and I have no idea what her name was from that stop or during that traffic stop.
And did she communicate with you at all?
No, she did not communicate. However, she did have comments in the car when I was having contact with Daunte. Later.
Okay. But initially when you're talking with Daunte, she didn't speak to you at all?
No.
Okay. And when you were speaking with Mr. Wright, did you notice anything else that concerned you?
Yes. So I did notice a odor of marijuana smell coming from the vehicle, emitting from the window when the window was down. Also, in the vehicle, in the middle console, I observed marijuana residue, which was pretty much scattered around on the middle console.
And by residue, what do you mean?
Marijuana residue, if I had to explain it, it's shake. It's basically marijuana residue, leaves scattered around.
Not like a bag of marijuana?
No, it wasn't a bag, no.
And so you asked the driver, Mr. Wright, for some information, correct?
Yes.
And did he give you his full name?
Yes, he did.
And his date of birth?
Yes.
And did he give you his address?
Yes.
When he gave you the address, were you familiar with that address?
No. I know where the address was, but I wasn't familiar with that particular address.
And where was that address roughly? Obviously you're telling us, I don't know exactly, but is it in Brooklyn Center? Is it in that area?
Yes, it is in Brooklyn Center. I do not recall the actual house number. I just know that it was on Northway Drive.
And that would be in Brooklyn Center?
Yes.
Okay. And did you also ask him for a phone number?
Yes, I did.
And did he give you that?
Yes.
Okay. And and I think you may have already told us you asked him for a driver's license?
Yes, I did.
And what did he say?
He stated that he did not have a driver's license.
And what else did you ask him for?
I also asked him for proof of insurance, and he stated that he just bought the vehicle and he did not, or I believe I don't recall, I believe said he was looking for the insurance.
And as to the expired tabs, did he tell you anything about that?
Yes, that was about the same time when he also explained that the vehicle was it used to be his brother's car, and that he bought it from his brother, Dallas.
So did you say he was working on getting the tabs or trying to get them?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, did he give you an insurance card?
Yes, he did.
And did you look at it?
Yes.
Did it convince you that there was insurance on that vehicle at the time?
No.
Why?
I did look at the insurance card that was handed to me by Daunte, and I observed the name on the insurance card to be, I believe, a...
Well, you don't have to give us the name.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't Mr. Bryant's name.
No.
Either Mr. Bryant's name, right?
No.
And it appeared to be outdated.
Yes.
And so what did you do then after he gave you that?
At this time, I handed him back the insurance card and just advised him that I don't believe that was the correct insurance. Basically told him to continue to look for the insurance, and that would be back with them, and then I went back to my squad car.
Okay. And why did you go back to your squad car at that time?
At that time was to run the information that he gave me, making sure he is who he says he is. If he basically running through our system, the Hennepin County, like I said, on the computer, knowing that he wasn't the registered owner. At that point, move forward, figure out who he is, operating the vehicle.
So at that point, during that interaction with him, was he respectful to you?
Yes.
Was he threaten you in any way, though?
No.
And he didn't indicate that he had a weapon or give you any reason to believe he had a weapon at that point?
No.
Okay. So then the female passenger during that interaction, did she talk at all to you during that before you went back to the squad car?
Not that I recall, no.
Okay. Did she appear to be in any distress at all or anything like that?
Not that I recall, no.
So when you went back to the squad car to run his name and address, name and date of birth, let's see if that checks out. That was the point of doing that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, did you believe the information that he gave you was the truth, that he was telling you the truth?
Yes.
Okay. And why?
The information that came back with his date of birth that he gave me, his name, on our system when I ran it through our computer in our squad car.
Okay, it all checked out what he gave you.
Yes.
So when you ran them in the computer, as you sit in the squad car and do that, correct?
Yes.
And I don't want to get too deep into the technical details, but there are different ways that you can do that, correct?
Yes.
And did Officer Potter give you some instruction on how to do that?
Yes.
Can you describe that for the jurors, please?
The instruction was, for starters, we just discussed okaying myself, which is code 4ing myself with Hennepin County Dispatch. It's a button that we can tap on our computer to let the Hennepin County Dispatch know that we're okay. The fact that I did not run his information yet, she just corrected me to say, don't okay yourself until we know who we are actually dealing with. After that, I began running Mr. Wright's information through a state website, which is the MyBCA, which will pull up any Minnesota state ID.
And did his name come up in that system?
Yes, it did.
And did your FTO, Officer Potter, at that point in time point out why she had given you that advice then?
Yes, because if basically it was the date of birth that I was entering into the system as well. If you don't enter the date of birth, it just gives the program more room to think with, I guess you can say. If you gave me the wrong date of birth, it'd at least pop up the name and a date of birth at least is close to that. And at that point, that's when I took the driver's license OLN number from my BCA and placed that into another program that we use, which is our TriTech program.
So because you had his name and date of birth, you were able to get more information about him?
Correct, yes.
And when you did run that in this other program, what did you find out?
When I ran his information, basically anything that's a hot file is going to either make a ding noise, it speaks to us, it'll say wanted person, could be a warrant, could be a protection order. When I ran the information, his information came up as a gross misdemeanor weapons charge, and under that was also a protection order for a female that I also observed on the screen.
And a protection order, as you're sitting there that day, tells you what about him?
That basically there is a order for protection. It was a female. I do not recall the exact name on that protection order. Basically, it explains and it tells me that he is, for one, not to have any contacts with this individual who's on the protection order.
But it does not tell you why, right? It just tells you there's no contact.
Correct, yes. And it explains the rules of no contact. It could be no calling, no texting, no going within a certain amount of feet of their home, place of employment, etc.
Okay, Mr. Frank, we need to take a break. Is this an okay time to break? All right, members of the jury, we're going to take a 20-minute break, okay? All right, please be seated. Mr. Frank, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Lucky, I think when we left off, we were just talking about the time that you were in the squad car running the information. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And at some point, while you were there in the squad car doing that, did another officer arrive?
Yes.
And who was that?
Sergeant Johnson.
And had you known Sergeant Johnson before that day?
Yes, when I first started.
First started at Brooklyn Center?
Yes.
Okay. So you recognized him when he showed up, in other words?
Yes.
And when he arrived, what did you tell him?
So I pretty much advised Sergeant Johnson of the reason for the stop. I informed him of the gross misdemeanor weapons charge that I learned about, and also the protection order that was also on my computer screen.
And so what did you do then?
So at this point, I advised Sergeant Johnson what my plan was, and that was to basically make contact with Daunte again at the vehicle, and also get the female passenger identified.
And did you have a decision in your mind about what you were going to do with Mr. Wright?
Yes.
What was that?
I advised Sergeant Johnson and Officer Potter at the time that we would be taking him out of the vehicle, placing him under arrest for the warrant.
And so what did you do then?
I exited my squad car and I reapproached the driver's side of the vehicle that Daunte was driving, and at that time I realized he was on the phone with someone who I believe he did say that it was his mother. And there was more communication going on. I don't know if I asked him again about the insurance, but I do know at one point I just asked him to step out of the vehicle so I can talk to him.
Did he tell you whether he was still looking for that insurance paper?
Yes, and I did see a bunch of papers on his lap as if he was still looking for the insurance.
And when you saw that he was on the phone, did you tell him to do something with regard to the phone?
Not until I asked him to step out of the vehicle.
So tell the jurors what you did then in that regard.
So when I requested Daunte to step out of the vehicle, I did request that he place the cell phone on the dashboard, which he did.
And what happened then after that?
After he placed the cell phone and moved the papers from his lap, he exited the vehicle. And at this time, I immediately requested that he put his hands behind his back. But before that happened, when I requested that he exit the vehicle, the female passenger did make eye contact with Daunte, and I believe she told him to just do it or just go.
And did he in fact then get out of the car?
Yes, with hesitation, yes.
And what do you mean by hesitation?
What was that?
What do you mean by hesitation?
He was very hesitant, not wanting to get out of the car. Eventually, it was the opening the car door slow, thinking about it.
Yep. You're assuming he did not want to get out of the car because of the slow speed with which he did that, I assume.
Yes, I don't know what was going through his mind at the time, but it was that way, yes.
So he did eventually open the door. Did you help open the door?
Yes, I did.
And where did he go?
So immediately the door opens up, he exits the vehicle, and I immediately advise him to turn around. At this time, I grabbed his hands behind his back. Immediately, Sergeant Johnson advised Daunte he was under arrest. I immediately said the same thing, and then Officer Potter said the same thing. So it was kind of all simultaneously. We told him that he was under arrest for a warrant.
So incidentally, when you told him to put down the phone, what did he do with the phone?
I believe he put the phone down on the dashboard.
Okay. And so then you get him out of the car. Where is he standing?
Right between the front door and the back passenger door.
Okay. Was the front door open at that point?
Yes.
And when you asked him to put his hands behind his back, did he do that?
Yes, he did do that.
And that area where you were stopped on 63rd, how many lanes of travel are there on 63rd there?
2.
So
And it would be eastbound and then a lane going westbound.
Is there any shoulder or bike path or anything like that?
Yes, and there would be a north and south shoulder lane.
Okay. But at this point, are you standing on the shoulder or in the street? Do you know what I mean?
Both.
Yeah. Okay. Because where you're standing with him outside the car, are you in the lane of travel or off the lane of travel?
In the lane of travel, with my squad car blocking.
Behind you?
Behind you. Or behind me, yes, correct.
And at that point, did you see where Sergeant Johnson's squad car was?
Yes, it would have been behind my squad car.
And so why did you tell him that he had a warrant and he was getting arrested?
Why did I tell him that?
Yeah.
In the state of Minnesota, at least when we do place people under arrest, it's smart to advise people that they're under arrest if they decide to run. And it also gives people the understanding of why they're being placed in handcuffs and why they're being detained.
He had not, let me say that again. You had not been able to put handcuffs on him at the point when you told him about that?
Correct, yes.
And Sergeant Johnson actually spoke first about the warrant?
Yes.
And so then as he puts his arms behind his back, what happens then?
I immediately grabbed his fingers, began lifting his sleeves upward. I do that before taking my handcuffs out of my handcuff case to have control of them. Immediately after I'm able to grab control of his hands behind his back, get his sleeves pushed up with the shirt that was underneath, I was able to get my handcuffs out, and immediately when I placed the left handcuff on his wrist, he jerked his arm back.
So at this point in time, where is Officer Potter?
She would be at the back of the vehicle, of Daunte's vehicle.
And Sergeant Johnson, where was he?
And he would be on the passenger, front passenger side of the vehicle.
Okay. So then when Mr. Wright pulled his arm away, what happened next?
So immediately, right when he starts to tense up, I basically just told him, I said, "Don't do it, bro." And at that time, I believe that's when he just looked to the right. I also believe that's when Officer Potter also approached him, attempted to grab his right arm. But right when that happened, he yanked his right arm upward and was able to get back into the vehicle.
Okay. And when you say get back into the vehicle, how much back into the vehicle?
At one point, it was half of his body. Initially, when he first attempted to get back into the vehicle, I was able to grab his head, neck, and I attempted to put him in a modified head grab against the car to stop him from getting into the vehicle. Pretty much I placed his head against the panel of the door.
At some point, was he able to put himself into the driver's seat?
Yes, and then so while I was trying to gain control of him, to get him back out of the vehicle, he was able to grab the steering wheel and pull himself back into the driver's seat.
And what was Officer Potter doing at this time?
At this time, Officer Potter then ran over to the left side of me, where she tried to assist me with getting him out of the car.
And so what did you do trying to get him out of the car at that point?
At this point, it was me basically holding on to his jacket, grabbing his hand, trying to pull him out. However, he kept holding on to the steering wheel.
And were you able to see where his feet were at the time?
Yes, they were kind of all over the place. At one point on the floor, maybe hitting the brake at one point.
During this time, were you able to see what Sergeant Johnson was doing?
I cannot recall. I just know that he was doing something with the vehicle and also possibly trying to push him out of the vehicle. I can't recall exactly what he was doing, though.
Okay. Were you able to see him from your vantage point? Sergeant Johnson, I mean?
Yes, I was able to see him.
How much of it?
All of them.
Okay. And so were you able to tell what he was trying to do from the other side of the car?
Yes, I just seen, I think it was at one point he might have even put his hand on the shift gear, but I think that was pretty much all I can see. I just know that he was reaching over the front passenger, and I honestly can't recall what he was doing.
And when you're trying to get physical control of Mr. Wright, did you see him doing anything to try and operate the vehicle?
Yes.
What was that?
I believe he was, I don't know if he was trying to start the car. I don't know if he was trying to, well, he was obviously trying to put the car and drive. I'm assuming to drive away.
And so that was your mindset at the time, is that he was trying to drive away?
Yes.
And you were trying to stop him from doing that?
Yes.
And you had hands on him at the time? You had a hold of him?
Yes.
And did you make other attempts to stop the vehicle from moving at that point in time?
Yes.
What did you do?
There was at one point, I was able to see his hands. I believed he kept trying to grab upward towards the steering column. I believed that's probably where the key was, or the shift gear. So I also grabbed where he grabbed to try to undo whatever he did, which was the key or the shift gear that he went for.
Did you use your left hand to do that?
It would have been my left hand, yes, because I was still grabbing on the right with my right hand, yes.
So you had your right hand on him, and with your left you reached in to try and undo what he was doing?
Yes.
Would that have included trying to turn the key?
Yes.
Were you able to do that?
No.
Okay. So then, at this point in time, did you know where FTO Potter was at the time?
Yes, she would have been inside the door on the left side of me. So it would have been me a little bit outside the front passenger door, and then it would have been her basically to the left side of me.
You said front passenger door, do you mean?
Sorry, the front driver door.
Okay, driver's side door, right?
Yes, driver's side door.
And then did you hear something from Miss Potter at the time?
Yes.
What did you hear?
I heard Officer Potter say, "I'm going to tase you."
And what did you do after hearing that?
At that point, I was still trying to gain control of Daunte.
And were you able to?
Not completely, no.
Okay. You still had a hold of him, in other words?
Yes.
And what did you hear next?
I heard her say, "I'm going to tase you." Again, I believe a second time. And then I believe that is when I heard taser, taser.
And what happened next?
At that same time, when she yelled that, that's when I was reaching into the vehicle trying to grab what I believed was the stick shift when Daunte grabbed in that area of the steering column. I just tried to undo whatever he did, and then that's when I just heard a bang.
And did you recognize what that bang was?
Yes.
What was it?
It was a firearm.
Okay. And did you see anything when that happened?
Yes.
What did you see?
I just seen just a flash, smoke, and at the same time, I suppose, a firearm.
Okay.
It was a gun.
And when you heard Ms. Potter say taser, taser, what should you have done when she deployed her taser?
That's when you yell taser, taser. It's to notify officers that are around you to basically back away, so that way you don't get hit with the taser as well.
And when you heard this bang and you saw a flash and a firearm, did you know who it was? Whose gun it was, I guess, would be the question.
No, I did not at the time. I just knew that it wasn't Daunte's because I was able to see his hands.
And did you get hit by anything when this bang went off?
I believe I did get hit in the face with a projectile, yes.
You were using what was your duty weapon at the time?
Glock 17, 9mm.
And is that Brooklyn Center's standard issue firearm?
Yes, or it is a Glock 19.
And you've trained before that day on a Glock 17 or 19?
What was that?
You've trained before with that firearm?
Yes, only the one that I carry for work is the one I use, yes.
And you're familiar with how it discharges or in which direction it discharges a casing?
Yes.
Which direction does it discharge?
To the right.
And were you to the right of Officer Potter or to the left?
I was to the right.
After the shot, did you let go of Mr. Wright?
Yes.
Why?
That's when I realized that she yelled taser, taser. So it was pretty much simultaneously when it happened. When she yelled taser, taser, that's when I went back into the vehicle, realized that she said taser, taser, and right when I pulled back, that's when the round went off. So it was about the same time.
And did you hear Mr. Wright say anything?
I did not hear anything after that, the round going off for a brief moment.
Okay. Did you hear him say anything subsequent to the round going off at all?
No.
Do you recall him saying that he had been shot?
I did not hear him when that happened, but with the review of the video once or twice, yes, I believe he does say that, but
okay.
I wasn't able to hear at that time when that happened.
And any idea why you were not able to hear it at that time?
Just from the gun going off at a close range.
At the moment that you heard the shot go off, did you see where Sergeant Johnson was?
No.
And after the shot went off, did you back out of the vehicle?
Yes.
Well, I guess that's kind of a bad way to phrase the question. Were you even in the vehicle at the time?
I was partially in the vehicle, yes. I would say my duty belt and up was probably in the vehicle when the shot went off, yes.
And you had a hold of Mr. Wright at that point in time?
Only with the right hand, I didn't.
And so after the shot, then, what did you see the vehicle do?
At that point, I jumped back, and I do believe that's when I was able to see Daunte put the car in drive, and the car just took off eastbound.
And did you see where it went?
Yes.
And I'm going to put Exhibit 1 back up on the screen for you, if you could, please. And you see Exhibit 1 on the screen again?
Yes.
And can you take the stylus again and show us what you saw of the vehicle, where it went?
Yes, I do believe from this spot, traveled eastbound till about this median, airborne over the median, made contact with another vehicle, and I believe that's when the vehicle crashed into a fence, which would lead to where the other X is.
Okay. And you were able to see that back at the stop location?
Yes.
Okay. And what did Officer Potter do after the vehicle left?
Immediately, right when the vehicle takes off, I turned back. First looked at Sergeant Johnson, then I looked at Officer Potter, and I realized what had happened. And immediately, I seen Potter, I believe, having her hand or firearm or a taser. I don't know if they were both out at the same time, but that's all I seen. And immediately, she became hysterical and stated that she shot him.
Did you see her place her firearm back in her holster?
Yes.
And when you were there, so I want to talk like the stop scene where you stopped Mr. Wright's vehicle and the crash scene. So if we call them those two different names, you'll understand what I mean, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yes. And so when you're back at the stop scene, what do you do, immediately after the vehicle drove off towards the crash scene? What do you do?
I immediately got on my radio. I notified over the radio 2 officers and dispatched that shots were fired.
And did you provide any other information about what had happened in the incident?
Over the radio, I do not recall, no.
And at some point, did you become aware that other officers had responded to the other scene?
Yes. And sorry.
Well, that's okay. And so, at that point, did you remain at the stop scene?
Yes.
Okay. And we'll come back to that in a little bit. And when you were working that day, did your squad car have a dash camera?
Yes.
And were you also wearing body cameras?
Yes.
And is that true every day you worked as a Brooklyn Center police officer, that you had a body camera and a dash camera?
Yes.
And have you had an opportunity to review both the dash camera and your body worn camera video from the incident?
Yes.
And have you also had an opportunity to review the body worn camera from Officer Potter's body worn camera from the incident?
Yes.
And before court, did you have a chance to look at pieces of those videos that we intend to show you today in court?
Yes.
And did you recognize those as being accurate recordings of what happened that day?
Yes.
Before we start with those, the first dash camera that we have, there's no audio for a period of 30 seconds. Do you know why that is?
Yes.
Why is that?
When you initially activate your lights on your in your squad car, the dash cam and the body cam has a delay of 30 seconds with audio because it records everything that is happening 30 seconds before you, to the time you hit the record button, either by initiating your traffic lights, hitting the button on your body cam, or manually hitting the record button on the arbitrator, which is the record button on the actual dash cam.
So you end up with 30 seconds of video with no audio, essentially, correct?
Yes.
And so turning on your lights activates the camera and eventually the audio.
Yes.
And so I'm going to show you now Exhibit 10. And this is a composite video, 2 videos, of both your body-worn camera and your squad camera. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Your Honor, we would offer Exhibit 10.
Exhibit 10 will be admitted into evidence and you may publish.
And earlier you testified about what some of what was going on here, and so I just want to kind of ask you a few questions about that. This is following the vehicle and the stop, correct?
Yes.
All right. Okay, let's go ahead and play the video, please. Now, while we have no audio, this in the bottom right corner is your dash camera, correct?
Yes.
And the upper left corner is your body-worn camera, correct?
Yes.
Can you just show the jurors generally where you were wearing that on body-worn camera?
On that day, my body cam was placed in the middle of my chest. A Union Boy yellow. It'll be on 63rd and Orchard Lane.
Really?
Move forward.
You're gonna stop right here.
Hey, can I get a second car over here, please? Yep.
I'm going to pause it there really quickly. To just have a couple of quick questions. There was a female voice there we heard saying, "Really?" Do you recall that?
Yes.
Can you tell us whose voice that is?
Officer Potter.
Okay. And then there was a time when you said, "Get a second car here, please." Do you recall hearing that?
Yes.
And is that when you're calling on the Brooklyn Center radio to get another car?
Yes.
All right. And, okay, let's continue playing then. Thank you.
Hey, what's going on, man? You got a driver's license and proof of insurance for me at all? You don't have a driver's license? Okay. What's your name? You're Daunte? Okay, gotcha. Well, there's a couple things. Here's why I stopped you. The air freshener hanging down there. Yep, give me that. And then our other question is your tabs.
Yeah, they're expired. I'm getting them at the moment, but due to Corona stuff, if they're taking it slow, I haven't set up an appointment.
Okay, okay. Do you have any, who's the car registered to?
My brother.
What's his name? Okay. Alright, do you have insurance in the vehicle then? You got any type of identification at all? Yeah. Yeah, just keep looking for the insurance, and then I'm gonna write your name and date of birth down, alright? So. What's your first name? How do you spell it? D-A-U-N-T? Okay. T-E? Okay. What's your middle name? R-I-U-S? Okay. What's your last name? Okay. And then what's your date of birth? Okay. Sounds good. Alright, just keep looking for that. Oh, you don't have a driver's license, you said, so...
So my brother will have to
Where do you stay at? Okay. Okay, I got you, man. What's an address for you, you said? 2814 North Lane Drive. What's the phone number for you? Okay. 3360? Okay. Alright. So I'm assuming there's just no insurance in there then, or? That looks like it. So this is definitely not it. It expired in 2017. So, does your brother have a valid driver's license? Okay. Dallas, okay. to see that again? The insurance there? You said, so it should be registered to him, right? Okay. So this name insured is Taylor R. Pagel. So, Corvette and Buick. Okay.
When you ran the place, what did they say?
It came back as Dallas, yeah. So, let me make sure, okay. Alright. Well, just sit tight, I'll be right back, man. Just keep looking for the insurance, okay? Okay. I wanted to say he was lying, but I think he's honestly telling the truth, so.
Well, sir, this is this last blue matrix 058 Union Victor. Adam was heading on the frontage road toward
Daunte.
Minneapolis.
So.
193. I see your code 4. Do you want me to continue?
Yeah, if you want to just keep coming.
Yeah, don't go for yourself until you code 4. Did you code for yourself?
Yeah, I did.
05 to 19. Not sure where you are, but I'm about 30 blocks out.
Yeah, don't code for yourself until you know who you got.
67.
Okay.
But I'll continue until,
Right, because somebody's had warrants.
Okay, okay.
Just don't run him that way. You might not come up with the right one if you gave the wrong name, right? Just run him as Daunte Wright. No, just run him like you were in DBS.
Yeah.
Just don't put all that other information in it.
Oh, okay.
See what it gives you.
He said his brother is Dallas.
Your incident has been updated. New message.
Or Darius.
License status. Suspended. Mail. State records hit.
See? Don't want to code for yourself.
Sorry, that's the car. Queries. Keep going.
It's got a gross.
Daunte Wright.
Weapons violation.
And it smells like marijuana in the car, so it's the second one we got. Affirmative.
You're going to want to find out who the female is because there's no OFP.
Yep.
There's a harassment order.
He's got a gross misdemeanor warrant, and there's an OFP for a female, so I need to ID her. There's also residue, like weed on the middle console, so probably search the car. Apparently the car is his brother's.
You want to tell him what the warrant's for?
Warrant is for the weapons violation.
Has been updated.
So,
Daunte Wright.
Daunte
Wright?
Daunte Wright.
Aren't those the Wright brothers? Not the ones that fly, but the other one?
Hey, so I'm just going to get him out and then cuff him up. I mean, he's got a warrant, so I'm just going to get him cuffed up. Okay.
So does that depict then the time between following him, stopping the vehicle, the first approach, and then just right towards when you next approach the vehicle?
Yes.
And the officer that appears off to the right outside the car, who is that?
Sergeant Johnson.
And I am going to show you then the next, well, Your Honor, at this time we would offer Exhibit 11.
Any objection to Exhibit 11? Exhibit 11 will be admitted into evidence and you may publish counsel.
This is something that you were also able to watch before court, so you recognize this as an accurate depiction of what happened.
Yes.
And so 11, this exhibit includes the video of the second approach through the shooting, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now let's play Exhibit 11.
Daunte, alright man, here, do me a favor, just step up and I'll explain what's going on. You can just put your phone on the dashboard there, okay? And then the paper. I'll explain all that in a second, okay? Just turn around, put your hands on your back. Okay, so you are going to be under arrest, okay? You do have a warrant, so. Don't. You're not doing nothing. Don't. You're tense enough, bro. Don't do it. Don't do it. Bring it back. Hey! Don't. Stop. Taser! Ah, he shot me. Get in the car.
Yes! I grabbed the wrong fucking gun! I shot him! Oh my god!
Kim, sit down.
Oh my god!
PI access 63rd and Captain Drive, flight from 38 stop, start north on the red.
Starting north on the red, then can you repeat your first part you said?
Now, we noticed at some point there that your video drastically changed. Did your body camera fall off at that point?
Yes, it did.
And at some point, did you pick it back up and put it on?
Afterwards, yes.
I'm next going to show you Exhibit 13. Do you recognize that as the body-worn camera video from Officer Potter at the time that depicts the encounter there from her body camera?
Yes.
You'd offer Exhibit 13?
Exhibit 13 will be admitted into evidence and you may publish.
Let's have him step on out.
Hey, Daunte. All right, man, here, do me a favor. Just step out of the car. Okay, so you are going to be under arrest, okay?
You got a warrant.
You have a warrant. Don't.
I'm not doing nothing.
Don't. You're tensing up, bro.
I'm
Don't
not
do it.
touching nothing.
Don't do it. Bring it back. Hey! Don't.
I'll tase you! I'll tase you! Taser!
Ah, he shot me.
Oh my shit! I just shot him. Yes! I grabbed the wrong fucking gun! I shot him! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Then Officer Lucky, in trying to provide as best a perspective of this whole incident that we can through these, we're also able to view a composite video like this of your squad car and Officer Potter's body-worn camera during that time period. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, we would offer Exhibit 12.
Any objection to Exhibit 12? Okay, Exhibit 12 will be admitted and you may publish that exhibit.
You got a warrant.
You have a warrant. Don't.
I'm not not doing nothing.
Don't. You're taking stuff, bro.
You're
Don't do it.
nothing.
Don't do it. Get this back.
I'll tease you! I'll tease you! Taser!
Ah, he shot me.
Oh, my shit! I just shot him.
Getting close.
Yes! I grabbed the wrong fucking gun! I shot him! Oh my god! Oh my god!
PI access 63rd and Captain Drive, flight from 38 stop, start north on the red.
Starting north on the red, then can you repeat your first part, please?
Right at the end of that video, there's a small black item or object in the street in front of you. Did you see that?
Yes.
Do you know what that was?
Yes.
What was that?
My body camera.
Okay, and did you at that point go pick it up?
Yes.
And in the moments after this video stops, does Ms. Potter continue to make statements about what happened?
Yes.
And so we would at this time offer Exhibit 14, which is a composite of the body-worn camera videos occurring after. Okay?
An objection to Exhibit 14. Exhibit 14 will be admitted into evidence and you may publish.
You can play Exhibit 14, please.
I just shot him.
Getting close.
Yes! I grabbed the wrong fucking gun! I shot him! Oh my god!
Kim, sit down.
Oh my god!
I got it.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Starting north on the red.
Are you okay? Just breathe. Just breathe. Just breathe. Just breathe. No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not.
Oh my god!
Kim, that guy was trying to take off with me in the car.
It's okay. Just breathe.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
He's still okay. Breathe.
Kim, take a breath.
Oh my god!
Kim, take a breath. All right. Okay, 2 rigs, made them a couple blocks out.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Driver, stop breathing.
No, no, just go, just go.
Oh my god!
We can get the road shut down westbound
Yeah, just hurt
on 63rd.
my squad, not yours.
Okay.
Officer Lucky, during that video, there's a point when Ms. Potter is on the ground and she says something about prison and you said, no, you're not. Do you recall what she had said about prison?
I do not recall exactly what she said about prison.
Okay. Did you hear it on the video today?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said, I'm going to prison.
And then you said, no, you're not, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you had heard her at the time.
Yes.
And at the end of that video there's some talk about blocking traffic and moving a squad car. Can you explain, just for the jury, basically what you did then to help secure that stop scene?
Yes, so what I did, there was, I got on my radio, other squads that were en route to the scene. I knew that we needed to leave our cars there, and I wanted to at least have the west side of the street on 63rd Avenue of Orchard Avenue shut off so cars can't come through.
And were you able to do that?
Yes.
How did you do that?
At that point, I was directed by Sergeant Johnson to take his squad, and that is when I jumped in his squad car and parked it in the middle of the road to block off traffic.
And did you then remain at the scene of the stop there for some period of time?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately how long you were there?
I would say approximately about 2:44 p.m.
Is when you left the scene?
Yes.
And, I think I never even asked you at the beginning about what time it was that you initiated the stop. Do you recall?
Yes, the initial stop, I believe, would have been 1:54 p.m.
And so you were still there at the scene at 2:44. How did you leave the scene?
I left. I was partnered with a officer from an outside agency who accompanied me. I sat inside of her squad car and until one of my sergeants arrived and had further directions for me.
So because an officer was involved in this situation, there are certain procedures that get followed, correct?
Yes.
And so you weren't involved in any further investigation of the incident, either at the stop scene or at the crash scene?
No.
And you were eventually driven from that scene back to the police department?
Yes.
Thank you, Officer Lucky. I have no further questions at this time.
All right. Okay, counsel, you may cross.
Good afternoon, Officer Lucky. We've met once before.
Yes, good afternoon.
On that last video that we just saw, there's a voice that appears and says, "Kim, that guy was trying to take off with me in the car." Remember hearing that?
Yes.
Whose voice was that?
Sergeant Johnson's voice.
And that was that statement was said right after she said, "I'm going to prison," and he says, "No, you aren't."
Oh, I object, Your Honor, to this statement.
Members of the jury, you rely on your own memory as to what you saw on the video, okay?
What caused him? What was the sentence before he said, "Kim, that guy was trying to take off with me in the car"? Do you remember?
I don't recall at this very second what he said.
Okay. But you do remember Johnson saying that?
Yes.
Okay. Well, let me start with your comment that you had an intuition when you were following initially the white car, but you were not asked about what the intuition was. So what was your intuition at that moment when you saw the car and you had one?
You mean when I was initially at the intersection of 63rd and Zane Avenue?
Correct.
Okay. Initially, my intuition was the fact that it is a high crime area. That area is known for a lot of shootings. For me, it was the behavior of the vehicle. It's the hesitation from the beginning that the right blinker was on following the left turn lane.
Is this a high crime area for guns as well?
Yes.
And for drugs?
Yes.
And your intuition is formulated by a number of things, but among them is that you've been in this area all your life
Yes.
and know the streets as well as anybody.
Yes.
And you rely on that kind of hunch, do you not, on your daily task of being a police officer?
Yes.
It's kind of gut instinct, isn't it?
Yes.
And that was one of the reasons, your gut instinct or intuition was one of the reasons you were following the car, right?
Yes, one of the reasons.
Okay. And you ran the plates, found that the tabs were stale, and then you had a reason to stop the car. Is that right?
Yes.
So you wanted to find out what was going on.
Yes.
Because you had an intuition that something else was going on besides the tabs.
Yes.
Okay. You didn't quite know, but you were curious.
Yes.
Okay. And there was nothing wrong with you stopping the car for the reasons you said you stopped it, right?
Correct. No.
Now you're with former Officer Potter, and she's your FTO, but you're making the decision to stop the car, are you not?
Correct.
And
yes.
The way this works is that she supervises you, of course, but you can make your own independent evaluation of what to do, and then she kind of coaches you through it after the fact. That's kind of how it works, right?
Yes.
And you've been on several shifts with her before, you mentioned, right?
Yes.
And you weren't exactly a novice police officer. You spent some time in Gaylord and up in the reservation, so you've done a lot of stops, haven't you?
Yes.
Okay. So, the minute you walk up to the car, you want to find out who this person is, right?
Yes.
And he tells you, Mr. Wright tells you he doesn't have a driver's license, right?
Yes.
So as a matter of law, you know as a police officer, he had no business even driving the car.
Yes.
He can't drive a car without a license, right?
Yes. Correct.
He didn't offer you one, didn't offer you a permit, nothing, right?
Correct. Yes.
So at that point, you weren't going to let him go away anyway. You were never going to let him drive away.
No.
So that's fairly standard when you walk up to a doorway and say, "Can I see your license?" That's just police work 101, correct?
Yes.
It's standard to ask for insurance, right?
Yes.
Okay, because by law, and you're entitled to enforce the law, you're required to enforce the law, that everyone has to have insurance on their car, right?
Yes.
And if you don't have insurance on the car, you can't drive the car, right?
Yes.
So until you found out that they had insurance or insurance was covering this car, the car would never be going anywhere either, right?
Yes.
It would have to be in the end towed away, correct?
Yes, as long as it's not blocking traffic, yes.
And he gave you this insurance card with some guy's name named Pagel on it from 2017, right?
Yes.
And you weren't very convinced by that, right?
Correct, no.
In fact, your intuition was that there was no insurance whatsoever.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Then you had the odor of marijuana. Was it an odor or was it smoke or what was it?
It was just the odor of marijuana. I did not see any smoke.
And you saw the shake around the car, right?
Correct, on the middle console.
Okay, and it's illegal to have marijuana inside a car, is it not?
Yes.
And it's illegal to be impaired by marijuana, although you couldn't tell at the time, but that's another infraction that could be in play here, right?
Correct.
So you had a number of concerns about him, right?
Yes.
And your intuition that something was amiss was validated almost immediately.
Yes.
But you were required to do more, and what you're required to do is check for warrants, right?
Yes.
I mean, this is police work 101 as well, right?
Yes.
I mean, it's nothing unique to Daunte Wright, what you were doing, right?
Yes.
So you check the database, and he comes up with a warrant, right?
Yes.
And it's for a gun.
Yes.
And that causes your concern to rise, does it not?
Yes.
Because you know, as you've told us, there are lots of guns in the area, right?
Yes.
And you know from your experience that it's possible now that he has a gun.
Yes.
You were thinking that way, weren't you?
Yes, I believe, and for my safety, there's a gun in every vehicle that you stop.
In fact, you found over your time in Brooklyn Center that a substantial percentage of cars have guns in them. Have you not?
Yes.
You know, roughly 2 in 5, although that's an estimate, isn't that right?
I'm going to object, Your Honor's lack of foundation.
Well, I think he answered the question. The objection is overruled.
About 2 in 5?
Yes, if you wanted to be proactive, you could probably find 2 and 5 in a shift. Yes.
So you
in
thought,
Brooklyn Center.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. I'm sorry. So you thought, or you had an intuition based upon your experience growing up in the area, that not only might he have a gun, but it might be on his person, right?
Yes.
And if it's not on his person, the gun could be in the car, right?
Yes.
And one of the places that the gun is often placed in a car that you stop is in the console, right?
Yes, sometimes. Yes.
Or it could be in the left driver's door, for that matter, as well.
Yes.
It could be accessible to him, right?
Yes.
So your safety concerns have accelerated here while you sit there, isn't that right?
Yes.
Because you know that one of the most dangerous things you do in your work is a traffic stop.
Yes.
It's unpredictable.
Correct.
You don't know what the driver's going to do, right?
Yes.
Then you get the harassment order, right? Does that come up on the same computer page that the bench warrant has?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And the harassment order indicates that someone has filed a restraining order against him, right?
Yes.
And it's a female, you know that.
Yes.
We're not going to mention any names here, but to get a harassment order, you know that they went to court. Whoever got it went to court, convinced the court or a judge to issue it, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you know from your time as a police officer that you got to find out who that person is, obviously, right?
Yes.
You also know that sometimes the same person in the harassment order reconciles, even though they're not supposed to, and continues to see the person, right?
Yes.
Now the bench warrant for the gun left you little discretion as to what you should do, right?
Yes.
You couldn't let him go.
No.
The court has ordered you to arrest him, right?
Correct, yes.
Particularly for a gun charge.
Yes.
Okay. So you made the decision to arrest, but former Officer Potter didn't take issue with that whatsoever, right?
No.
And Sergeant Johnson was there by then, right?
Yes.
And the reason you asked for backup was this intuition that you've told us about, correct?
Yes.
It would be helpful from your point of view to have 2 police officers there in case something happens.
Yes.
Because something could, right?
Yes.
And something did.
Yes.
So the plan is to make an arrest, and Officer Johnson places himself at the passenger side, is that right?
Yes.
He's providing what is called in your profession a cover, right?
Yes.
He's called the cover officer.
Correct.
He's going to take care of the young woman on the passenger side so nothing happens from her end, is that right?
Yes.
Standard operating procedure. And you're pleased that he's there, right?
Yes.
And you approach Mr. Wright and tell him to get out of the car, which is standard procedure.
Yes.
Okay. He resists, or at least stalls a little bit, according to you.
Yes.
You've seen a lot of people get out of cars.
Yes.
And it's usually faster, right?
Yes.
And after you tried to cuff him, as the seconds wore on, did he ever stop resisting you?
No.
when you said, "Don't do it, bro," I believe that's your sentence.
Yes.
He was tensing up, but we can't see how he is tensing up on the video. Would you describe that for us?
Basically, it was right when I placed the handcuff on his left hand. He just attempted to pull away from my grip from his fingers. That's what he did. It was an immediate jerk, and I was able to still hold on.
So when he, if I may interrupt you, when he felt the steel
Yes.
on his skin, he pulled it right away.
Yes.
He wasn't going to let you do it.
I don't know, but he didn't.
And when you said, "Don't do it, bro," you were warning him to not only comply, right?
Yes.
But you're also warning him not to do anything else, right?
Yes.
And did he follow your advice?
No.
It appeared from your perspective that he knew what you were saying, right?
Yes.
He could understand you.
Objection, Your Honor, foundation.
The objection is overruled. You may answer.
He could understand you.
Yes.
Now his car is not moving.
No.
It's not in gear.
That I can recall, no.
You don't know if it's even on or off, right?
No.
But you know you can't let him go.
Yes.
You can't let him drive away.
Correct.
Because if he drives away, that's another felony, fleeing a police officer.
In a motor vehicle, yes.
And you also know that if he takes flight in a motor vehicle, it's going to be fast.
Yes.
But you've seen that before.
Yes.
And in your view, the fleeing a police officer in a motor vehicle is a dangerous felony.
Yes. It's a felony for fleeing in a motor vehicle, yes.
Involves danger involving a car.
Yes.
Okay. So at this point, Officer Potter says, "I'll tase you." You remember that, which is another warning to him, isn't that? Is that correct?
Yes.
It warns him that he should stop, or else he'll be tased, right?
Yes.
And when she says that, does he stop at all?
No.
He continues on with his struggle.
Yes.
He's going to grab the steering wheel.
Yes.
She says, "I'll tase you a second time." Does he stop?
No.
And then the final seconds go by. He's still resisting.
Yes.
You're still partially in the car.
Yes.
Right? Johnson is in the car, as far as you know.
Yes.
He's in a vulnerable position if he drives away, right?
Yes.
You're in a vulnerable position if he drives away.
Yes.
If he takes off, you could be seriously injured.
Yes.
Or die.
Yes.
Johnson could be as well.
Yes.
Or die.
Yes.
Officer Potter yells, "Taser, taser, taser." That's easily heard, isn't that right?
Yes.
That's consistent with the training you have received for tasers.
Yes.
Right? It tells everybody what's going to happen. Right?
Yes.
And when she says taser, 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 does he stop?
No.
He just keeps going.
Yes.
And then the shot is fired.
Yes.
You know, given your taser training, would you have used a taser if you could have?
With that situation, yes.
So tell us why.
Just because at the moment he was not in control of the vehicle, in control of the vehicle, and in our policy it is, as long as they don't have control of the vehicle, it would be feasible.
And did he have control of the vehicle when she shouted taser, taser, taser?
In my opinion, no.
Then what happens is a shot is fired and you back up. Is that right?
Yes.
And that's standard protocol too, is it not?
Yes.
Because if you're touching the person who's being tased, you could be subject to a charge as well.
Possibly, if you have contact with the darts and the wires on the taser.
Nothing in your training for tasers requires you to step back 7 feet away in this kind of situation, does it?
No. Sometimes you have to have control. Sometimes you can have control of the person that is being tased. You can still physically grab onto them.
You can shoot from a very short range, in other words.
Yes.
And you're trained accordingly.
Yes.
That you can do that.
Yes.
So what you were trying to do is stop him.
Yes.
From fleeing.
Yes.
And arrest him, right?
Yeah.
The taser said the shot is fired and he leaves quickly. Isn't that right?
Yes.
It looks to us on the video, I want you to tell me if my observation is right, is he puts the pedal to the metal and he's gone.
Yes.
Which is a dangerous act too, driving a car that fast.
Yes.
In fact, within moments he's in another accident, right?
Yes.
Within seconds, really.
Yes.
In your view, before the taser was said and the shot was fired, did Daunte Wright have control of that car?
Objection asked and answered.
I'll let you answer me.
No.
Can I have just a moment?
Yes.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate you answering my questions.
Does the state have redirect?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Lucky, Mr. Eng did a nice job of leading you through a whole series of questions. His questions much longer than your answers. And I think towards the end, your last answers were that Mr. Wright really put the pedal to the metal after that, right?
He stepped on the gas pedal pretty hard.
So the whole point of using a taser is neuromuscular incapacitation, right?
Yes.
You're familiar with that from your training.
Yes.
And when somebody gets tased and they're subject to neuromuscular incapacitation, they don't have control necessarily over their muscles and their body control.
Yes.
And that's why you don't tase people who are in a position to operate a vehicle, right?
Yes.
Because if you tase somebody and neuromuscularly incapacitate them, the vehicle becomes an unguided hazard.
Yes.
And here in this case, you're not really blaming Daunte Wright for crashing his car when he had been even more than hit with a taser and a Glock hollow point bullet put through his chest.
Correct, no.
Yes, the objection is sustained, counsel, please. This is your witness.
Okay. Mr. Eng asked you, in fact, he really put the pedal to the metal, right?
Yes.
And you said yes to that. You really think that you knew he put the pedal to the metal?
No. What I believed what he meant by that when he asked me that was basically he stepped on the gas pedal. I mean, even watching that video, you turn the volume up, you can hear the engine going.
Well, he had been just shot, correct?
Correct, yes.
Right. And so the crash that happens, Mr. Eng asked you to agree, was, showing his bad driving conduct. Did you know his physical condition when he was in that car crash a couple blocks away?
No.
Okay. So your answers, were they based on the suppositions that Mr. Eng was feeding to you, or what you actually knew about it?
All right. Okay. Counsel, do you want to rephrase the question and ask something specific?
Sure. Did you know Mr. Wright's medical condition at any point after the vehicle drove away from where Officer Potter shot him in the chest?
No.
Did you feel like that day when you were acting on a hunch you were doing good police work?
Yes.
And that was important to your career as a police officer?
Yes, that's what I signed up for.
Yep. And you did not ever see, well, I guess I have to be careful. Did you ever see a gun in Mr. Wright's car?
No.
Did you ever see him make a move that you believed was him reaching for a gun?
No.
During your entire interaction with him, the second time, the time period during which he was shot, you were able to see his hands and where they were you not?
Yes.
And did Mr. Wright ever physically strike you?
No.
Did the passenger ever make any threatening moves towards you?
No.
And did you know at the time that Sergeant Johnson was restraining Mr. Wright from the passenger side?
Yes.
And did you know at the time that, were you holding on to Mr. Wright physically with your right hand?
At the same time?
Yes.
I believe so. I think at one point when I was, Sergeant Johnson had his right hand on the gear shift, and I think he was also grabbing Mr. Wright with his left hand, but I can't recall what he was doing.
But that's what you thought was happening at the time?
Yes, when I was glancing over, yeah.
And this, and at this moment, you were making efforts to shut the car off yourself?
At one point, yes.
Because you thought did you think Mr. Wright was trying to put the car in gear and drive away?
Yes.
And so the decision you made at that time was to stay hands-on with him and try to stop him from driving the car that way?
Yes.
There were, how many squad cars were parked behind Mr. Wright's car at the time?
There would have been two, mine plus Sergeant Johnson's.
And how many police officers were there at the scene with Mr. Wright at the time of the second confrontation?
3.
And the other 2 officers were both, how many years of experience did each of those officers have, do you think?
The objection is sustained.
So you were Mr. Ng asked you if you had to arrest him because of the warrant. And I think you said you did. I don't dispute that. But as a police officer, do you have discretion over the amount of force you use to accomplish an arrest?
Yes.
And the amount of force that you chose to use was placing your hands on Mr. Wright and trying to pull him out of the vehicle and shut the car off?
Yes.
And did you know at the time that that too was the same amount of force that Sergeant Johnson was using?
Yes.
And when you heard Officer Potter first say she was going to use her taser, you didn't pull yourself out of the vehicle at that time?
No.
In fact, you did not Well, did you take yourself out of that vehicle anytime before the actual shot?
At one point I did, yes, and I do believe I went back into the vehicle.
Okay. So you weren't, so the concern that you expressed to Mr. Eng about potentially being dragged by the vehicle, you didn't have at the time you went back in the vehicle to try and disable it.
Sorry, ask that question again?
Sure. You told counsel on cross-examination that there was a concern that you could have been dragged and hurt by the car. But when you reached into the vehicle, put yourself into that vehicle, you must not have been concerned about that at that point, right?
Yes, but there's a possibility that it could have happened.
Always a possibility it could happen, right?
Yes.
That's not a question.
Right? Question mark.
I'll let the answer stand.
Did you ever see Mr. Wright turn on the ignition to the vehicle?
No.
Did you ever see him, and through any of your interaction with him, see him turn off the vehicle?
No.
If Mr. Wright had driven away without being shot by taser or by gun, you could have followed him at regular traffic speeds, could you? Could you have?
Yes.
I think you indicated that marijuana is a felony. Isn't actually a small amount of marijuana a petty misdemeanor, right?
Right.
Like a payable ticket.
Right, yes.
So you had told counsel that it's a high crime area. I think you estimated 2 out of 5 cars have a gun in it.
Not an exact number, but just my experience working with guys on the street, it's yes.
Okay. The only gun you saw that day was the one that Officer Potter drew and shot Mr. Wright with.
Objection meeting.
The objection is sustained.
Did you see any other gun than the one that Officer Potter used to shoot Mr. Wright?
Same objection. This is beyond the scope of the crossing.
The objection is overruled. You may answer.
No.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Is there any recross? No. Okay. Thank you. You may step down, officer. Okay, members of the jury, I'm going to excuse you for the day, and we'll start up this time promptly at 9 o'clock. Okay, so have a wonderful evening.